Alrighty guys, we are here with Night Prince 1, Once Burned. This is chapter 1 of 21. We're going to get right to it, see what this is all about. Here we go. Woo, woo, woo. Alrighty people, it says your choices carry through all 4 books in the series. So don't restart the book until you've completed the series. Okay. So here we go. What have we got here? Oh no. Choose your look. Let's see. Wow. I'm going to go with the kind of mix. There we go, the mix. Oh, look at that. She's got like a scar down her arm. See that? We'll go with the mix. And what is this? Did I do something wrong? Oh, hair. Okay. Let's go with blonde. Let's see. Let's go with that. That looks good to me. And we're going to name her. Let's go with the name that gives all men trouble. Seems like every Amber we've ever met is trouble. So we'll go with Amber. What do we want to give her as an outfit? Let's see. Let's go with that. Let's do that. That's good enough. That's good enough for Amber. Okay, I'm Amber Dalton, a circus acrobat in Showdown, USA. But most people around here know me by my stage name, Spectacular, Amazing. Let's go Amazing Alex. When I was 13, I touched a down power line and nearly died. I woke up with a scar from my temple to my right hand. Oh, okay. And a body full of literal electricity. The accident also gave me the ability to gather psychic impressions from people and objects I touched. It sounds like Rogue from X-Men. That may sound cool, except I'm forced to relive people's darkest sins for the first time when I touch them. So it sounds like she's Rogue from the X-Men, people. Anybody knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, you ready, kid? I'm always ready. You bounce off the trampoline and land on your mentor's shoulders with enough force to break a normal man's bones. Fortunately, Marty's no normal man. He's a vampire, meaning he's stronger than 2 regular men put together. He's also half the weight of most men, but you wouldn't know it by the way he commands the stage. And the crowd goes wild. If this was a real performance rather than practice, and there really was a crowd, I don't think they'd be cheering. I was sloppy, and you know it. Not as many crowds these days. Are you okay? Let's do that. Come on, are you kidding me? I can take more than that. My form was all off. I could have seriously hurt you if you weren't. He gives you a reassuring pat on your arm, not flinching as a current of electricity shoots from you to him. Downside of being full of electricity, I shock anyone who touches me. Thankfully, Marty's superhuman strength allows him to withstand my voltage, otherwise we could never do this routine. I think you did great. You're too hard on yourself, Amber. Maybe, but I'm going to keep practicing until I get my flips right. Suit yourself. I'll be in the trailer when you're done. Marty heads to the trailer, and you return your attention to the routine. Being a circus performer isn't what I dreamed of doing as a kid. But when you fry every electrical device you touch, there aren't many career paths left open for you. You make your jumps smooth and measured, building a rhythm that allows you to push away other concerns. You execute a series of somersaults, finally landing with your feet planted apart and knees slightly bent. Raising your arms high, you lean into a sweeping bow. Bravo. Who is this? The voice makes you go rigid. Everything in you tenses and readying for a fight. When you begin your bow, you were not alone. And yet, in these scant few seconds, 4 men have materialized at each corner of the trampoline. They're dressed like normal tourists, but no normal tourist could move that fast. Only one I've seen do that is Marty, which means these 4 aren't human either. They're vampires. And not all vampires are as friendly as Marty. Most just treat humans like a meal and move on. I know what you are. Let's do that. He smiles, protruding fangs, backing up your theory. Okay. I'm Jackal, by the way. And you must be the amazing Alex. Who wants to know? In an instant, Jackal has appeared behind you, gripping you tight enough to bruise. He grunts in pain as your body shoots electrical currents into him, but they don't debilitate him. Yep, he's definitely a vampire. That amount of voltage would have knocked a human out. You feel your presence, you feel your powers searching Jackal's essence, trying to show you a vision. Well, here we go. Time to see what his darkest sin is. And I'm guessing this guy's darkest sin is super messed up. Super. Here we go. Jackal. Past. Sure enough, the vision takes hold, replaying Jackal's memory through your eyes as if it's happening to you. You wish I'd never been born, don't you? You stand over your mother's blood dripping from your hands. Please, son. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. It's too late for apologies. Say hello to Father for me. You reach out for your mother's throat, but before you can reach it, the vision cuts off. Wow. Your mind speeds through time, headed into Jackal's future. You feel multiple paths approaching. I should see how Jackal dies, who his next victim is, and what he plans to do with me. Let's do that. See what that does. Your future. Look at this. This is weird. You follow the vision fragment tied to you and find yourself in a hotel. Your vision is hazy, as though seen through fog, like it always is when seeing a possible future. Well, if you can't find who we're looking for, then I guess we don't have to have any use for you. You realize you're looking at your future version of yourself. Before you can process what's going on, you lean in and sink your fangs into her. You feel a sharp pain, and Jackal's mind slips away from you as everything goes black. I'm in the bedroom. What's up with this? Here we go. When you wake up, you're in a hotel room and all 4 vampires are standing over you. It's like an orgy. This is the same room I was just in. Jackal is going to kill me here if I don't cooperate. You look down at your hands. It doesn't surprise me that they tied my hands. With their vampire speed, they could stop me before I do anything. Vampire speed. What doesn't make sense is why I'm still alive. Marty's words of warning echo in your head. If you ever meet another vampire, don't panic. You'll only smell like prey. Jackal clearly is the leader. What's the deal with the other 3? You assess the one closest to you. Yeah, he's that guy? Okay. He's got crazy in his eyes, like he can't wait to rip me apart. I'll call him. Let's call him Tom. That's a good name. You look over to the next one. Oh, looks like Damon from Vampire Diaries. He keeps fighting and scratching himself. We'll call him Reed. Yeah. You turn to the last one. Oh, look at this. He looks different. He keeps staring at my boobs. I'll call him Hot Bacon Grease. No, we'll call him Hot Bacon. That's good enough. Hot Bacon Sauce. That's good. We'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Finally, you turn your back to Jackal. What do you want? What do you 4 want? The only thing anyone would want from you. Does that mean you know about your powers, of course? Our boss is very interested in you, little girl, your little gift. Best you explain how it works if you know what's best for you, girl. I should tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. Why not? Okay, you've got me. I can touch people and things they've touched to learn about them. Their past or future, right? Along with an electrical shock. You already knew? Consider that a test one you passed. Of course it was. Vampires can mesmerize people into doing what they want and make people forget short spans of time, just like the Vampire Diaries. The only reason for them to ask about my abilities was to test me. How do you know about my powers? Rumors here and there. Our boss is very connected. So what did you learn when you touched me? Past or future? Both. Had a rough childhood. Let's just go. We'll do killed your mother. Let's just tell them the truth. And you intend to drink me to death if I don't prove useful to you. His smile widened, showing the tip of his fangs without denying the charge. Tom, and if she's the real deal, it could give us the edge we've been looking for. Jackal turns to you. If I bring your objects to touch, can you tell me about their owner? Such as what he's doing, where he is, and more importantly, where he will be. My choices are pretty grim here. I don't help them out, I'll be dead in seconds. I can do that, but I don't know the full extent of my powers. I could lie and tell them that my abilities are tied to my emotions, that if they hurt me or anyone else, it'll affect my powers. Then they'll have to play by my rules. I'm not gonna do that because they won't believe it. I'll do whatever you say, just please don't hurt me. Oh, don't worry, dearie. The leader cups your chin in his hand, his cold skin seemingly to suck the very warmth from you. As long as you do what we tell you, we can play nice. Of course. He hovers his lips just inches above your neck. Cross us and you'll be dead in seconds. Your little spark trick might help you against humans, but it's not going to do jack against us. I understand. Good. Jackal and hot bacon sauce head out to gather items. Reed turns to Tom and talks in a language you don't recognize. Your eyes drift to the light socket behind them. I just need to wait for the right opening. Then I'll show these guys what I can really do. Finally, Jackal and hot bacon sauce return, hauling a duffel bag full of something. The blood around their mouths says they found a snack while they were out. Ready to get started? I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, I'm ready. One by one, the objects are laid out. A charred piece of fabric, a partially melted watch, a ring, something that looks like a belt, and a knife shining with a distinct silvery gleam. The knife? Silver is one of the only ways to kill a vampire. If I wait until the time is right, I may be able to use it on them. For now, though, we do it their way. All right, Alex, do your thing. Let's start with, let's just go ahead and start with the fabric. Here we go. Time to find out who's so important to these guys. Kidnap me to find. You brace yourself, then reach out a hand to touch the fabric. Sure enough, the vision comes. That's pretty cool, man. I like that. The past. Smoke is everywhere. Only a few scant beams of light cut through as you run for your life. Whoever is behind you is moving fast. Suddenly, thick hands grip your back, hauling you into the air, and that's when you see him. Ooh, I'll just go ahead and take that. That's a good look. Who could that be? I'm going to take that hair. His apparent, yeah, let's just go. He looked fine to me. His mouth stretches into a good humored smile, revealing his fangs. Raziel, you shouldn't have. So this is who they're looking for. Let's go, gorgeous. I would never have guessed that man they were looking for was this good looking. Or at least, Raziel tried to speak, but the words won't come. Flames light up your assaulter's arm as if they were summoned from your skin. Oh, you have to do better than that. Flames burst from the man's hands, consuming the two of you in a blaze brighter and hotter than you believe fire could burn. You try to run, but the fire grows higher. You drop to the floor and roll, but the flames don't extinguish. They keep growing, covering you with ruthless hunger waves until a roaring blackness rushes up and consumes you. The last thing you see is the dark-haired vampire walking away, his hands lit with flames that somehow don't scorch his skin. And we're back. When your eyes open, you're curled into a fetal position on the ground, much like Raziel had been when he died. Well, what did you see? Jackal's voice comes as a relief from the nightmare you've been reliving. Someone named Raziel getting killed by a vampire, the guy you're looking for. Let's see, is that who you are looking for? You're either brave or stupid. Let's do that. Let's tell the truth. He burned himself alive. Looks like she found him. Yeah, Raziel got toasted because he was stupid. We're not stupid, that's why we're using you. Let's be 100% sure she's legit. Jackal pulls a ring out of the bag. Look at that. It's a ring. Try this next. You pick it up, tensing and a grim expectation of whatever the next death will be. Here we go, people. However, to your surprise, the visions are ones you've already seen. They're about Jackal. Maybe you've made a mistake. The only impressions I'm picking up off of this are yours. Not going to learn anything new from this. It's not a fluke. She's for effing real. Oh, he cussed. Jackal pushes the knife towards you. Look at this. This time I want you to concentrate on the fire starter. Try to see where that bastard is, not just what happened when he butchered Nettie with that knife. You sure about this? He seemed dangerous. Let's just do that. He's not the only one, sweetheart. And right now, he's not the one you need to worry about listening to. So it looks like I'm caught right in the middle of a vampire gangbang or a gang war. Great. There's no question that if I get this on the wrong side of this fire starter, he'll kill me just like he did Raziel. That being said, if I don't help them find him, I won't live long enough to even worry about that. You reach out and touch the silver knife. Boom, visions. The past. The grayest image of Nettie's death invades your conscious as though everything is happening to you directly. Once more, the fire starter appears and kills your host, Nettie. You float out of Nettie's body and into the air like a ghost. Now to find the fire starter. You push past the lingering pain of Nettie's death, focusing on the fire starter, doing all you can to find him now instead of then. This part is never easy, and the fire starter doesn't seem worked up enough to have left much of emotional renaissance trail to follow. Residual trail, I guess that's what that was. You cling to what trail is there and focus all your energy on it until the present. A bedroom. You arrive in the present. Oh, look at this. There you are. As if his response to your presence is his eyes widen. He looked beautiful if I didn't feel like he was staring right into my soul. I just have to remember that him looking into my direction is a coincidence. No one can see or hear me when I establish a link like this. Who are you? Wait, he can see me? And that's how it ends. There it is, people. That's the end of chapter 1. So that was the end of chapter 1, people. We'll be back tomorrow with chapter 2 of Night Prince Once Burned. As always, thanks so much for watching. Give this video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day now. Alrighty, guys, we are back with Night Prince 1 Once Burned. This is chapter 2 of 21. Let's get right to it. Here we go. Present. Who are you? 4 vampires kidnapped me and forced me to use my psychic powers to locate an enemy of theirs, a man who can control fire. Normally, people can't see me when I link with them like this. But it seems this guy can, considering he's staring right at me right now. What should I do? Drop the link, stay a bit longer. Let's do that. Any second, someone else will come in to his line of view, and I'll ask a second time then. Who are you? And how the hell are you inside my head? You can hear me? Flames ignite at the tips of his fingers. I can do more than that. The sheer intensity of the last statement causes you to lose concentration, and the link drops. Your mind returns back to your body in the hotel. He saw me. He definitely saw me. Well, did you find him? Yeah. And something was blocking me. I was too tired to maintain the link. I don't know where he is yet. Let's do that one. Then get back in there and look harder. No way, I can tell Jackal the fire starter could hear me in his mind. He'd probably kill me on the spot just to make sure the guy can't follow the link back here. Wait a second, follow the link back here? You can feel a plan forming, more reckless than intelligent. Maybe I can work out some sort of deal with the fire starter. Let him know what these 4 are up to. Someone as powerful as him wouldn't want anything to do with me, but he'd probably appreciate being tipped off that people are after him. Maybe appreciative is enough to let me leave here with my life. Once more, the casual manner which he killed Raziel and Nettie flashes through your head. It's a big risk, but I don't see any other way. I'm getting out of this alive. Okay, I'm going back in. Just give me a sec. It might take me a while to get all the information you're looking for. Again, you grab the knife, reaching out, and follow the same thread as before. We're going back to this. Yes, here we go. It's easier this time, and you draw upon your previous link within him to retrace your steps. This time he isn't alone. Of course, I don't think you're joking, but it still doesn't seem possible. Shh. Slowly, he turns his head to face you. Internally, you fight every instinct to drop the link and run. Oh, it's far too late for you to run now. He can read my mind. What kind of creature is he? What's to stop me from cutting and running now? Let's do that. What kind of creature is he? A dangerous one you shouldn't have trifled with. Whoever you are, rest assured I will find you. Who are you? Quiet, leave. The fire starter companion exits without another word. Now, what do you know about me? Next to nothing. I know someone wants you dead. Let's tell him. Yeah. You're welcome to try. Look, you've got me all wrong. I have no idea who you are, but 4 vampires kidnapped me and forced me to locate you for them. Oh. If that's true, I'll make it easy on you. I'm at home. Tell the others to drop by anytime. Flames coat his hands as he speaks, an unneeding warning. That's great, but I'm not only supposed to find you out where you are now. They also want me to know where you'll be in the future, which I'm guessing you won't be as forthcoming with about. You can see the future? If I touch someone or an object with a strong emotional essence on it, I can catch a glimpse of things. I'm not quite seeing you, but you're not the only one able to trace someone's essence. His eyes bore into you, a sharp gaze that stripes you before him. It's already unbelievable that he can hear me. How can he see me when I'm not even here? I'm not quite seeing you, but you're not the only one to trace someone's essence. Now, what are these four holding you? Where are these four holding you? I shouldn't just give my address away before I know I can trust him, or at least until some terms have been established. Terms? You want a reward for turning them in? I just want to live, not a reward, just some ground rules. I just want to live. Let's do that. I saw what you did to Nettie and Raziel. I want your word that if I tell you where Jackal and the others are, you'll kill them, not me. If you're truly were forced into this as you claim, then I vow you'll come to no harm. But if you're lying in an attempt to lead me into a trap, the only people I want dead are Jackal, Hot Bacon Sauce, Tom, and Reed. Then you have nothing to fear for me. And this time we were properly introduced. I'm Vlad, and you are? Amber. Amber. Now tell me where you are. Look at that. That was nice. You do your best to fill him in on the details as best you can before finally cutting the connection when he swears he'll be there soon. Now all that's left to do is wait and hope nothing happens in the meantime. As expected, Jackal and the others aren't exactly thrilled with the information you've given them. We know where his fortress is. We need to know where he is when he's away, not when he's safe inside. Future visions are a process. I'm working my way up to it. Their patience at first, at least as patient as four murderous kidnappers can be. Still, you can tell their patience is wearing thin as the hours tick by. She's stalling. She's not even trying. I'm exhausted, reliving all these deaths, repeatedly trying to connect to someone in the present. It takes a toll. Where is the fire starter? It's been 8 hours. Did he get lost? Maybe I should check in on him, get an update. At the least, I'll be more interested than being with these numbnuts. Wow, stay here. I can't, I'm too tired. We'll give you 10 minutes to relax, but we're getting hungry. If you don't give us what we want soon, we can leave. Soon, so we can leave. We're going to have to eat that nice little family in room 302. You sit silent, hoping Vlad shows up soon. 10 minutes pass and Jackal heads back to the room. Ready to find him yet? I wasn't lying, I'm tapped out. You're stupid. He raises a hand to strike you just as the window implodes behind him, a large form hurling through them. Before your next blink, flames coat the wall in orange and red, waves covering every inch of the room outside of a small corner where you stand. Look at that, it's on fire. I heard you were looking for me. He moves with a blur, casually tearing through the floor to the floor in the room. It is hard to see the danger of the situation. Encircling flames and a vampire death match. And there's one exit. Where is that exit? Oh, look, they burned the whole place down. Without hesitation, you hurry yourself through the window, tucking and rolling as you hit the ground. Stop. You don't look back, running as fast as you can into the night. But before you can make it there, 3 feet, something snatches you up from behind with a strength that feels like pure steel. I've got her. It's Vlad's friend from the second time I connected to him. I should stay put, use my powers to shock him. You lean ever so slightly, trying to gently touch his neck. A weak point should give me just enough damage to knock him out for a few moments. By the time he recovers, I'll be long gone. Touch him and I revoke my promise not to hurt you. Did you forget about my mind reading abilities? Shit. Vlad floats through the air, down from the window and onto the cement. He can fly. Vlad grins as if he's used to the reaction. Where are the others? Taken care of. Then you have what you wanted. Now hold up your end of the agreement and let me go. I agree not to harm you, and I haven't. As for letting you go, that can happen after we have a more detailed discussion. Something about his expressions tells you the discussion in question will be accompanied by torture. But then suddenly Marty's voice blares through the night. Run, kid. Vlad's companion swivels just in time to see Marty's barreling towards him as through fire from a cannon. I should run, try to help Marty. That's what I'm going to do. Everything moves as though in slow motion. You watch Vlad's friend pin Marty to the ground and you make a move to pry him off. You fling yourself forward, more power than usual, channeling out in dispersive fury. And yet before you can connect, Vlad throws himself in the way, the electricity channeling into his body instead. The sheer power of voltage channeling from you should blow him clear across the parking lot, but he holds his ground, barely even reacting. That was rude. Oh, what's this? Vlad's past. And then the scene shifts, and for a moment you realize you're about to see a vision of Vlad's past. Something private and deep, something he doesn't share with others. I should cut the connection. You pull away from Vlad and cut the vision off. I don't want to know what his deepest secret is. Take him away, Sharpnail, and fetch the vampire I left alive in the hotel room. I'll catch up with you later. As you wish. Don't kill Marty. He's probably thought you were with the crew that kidnapped me. He's only trying to protect me. Vlad's cocks an eye at his companion. Keep him alive for now. Sharpnail gives you a nod. Then Vlad turns back to you. As for you, you're coming with me. Boom, and there it is, people. I would have liked to have done that where you looked into his past there, but I didn't want to spend the gems. But there it is. That's the end of chapter 2. I'm sure we'll find out as it goes along anyway. So, alrighty, guys. So that's the end of chapter 2. We'll see you guys as always tomorrow with chapter 3 of Night Prince Once Burned. Give this video a thumbs up. And as always, have yourselves a great day, and thanks for watching. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back with chapter 3 of Night Prince Once Burned. Let's get right to it. Let's see what awaits us, people. You stand before the vampire known as Vlad. One who was powerful enough to take on 4 captors with barely a thought. One who took down your vampiric mentor Marty and was able to withstand a full electrical blast from your powers. He agrees to help free you from your captors, but now his gaze has become demanding. You're coming with me. Let's see, you're going back on your deal. Let's do that. I don't like being called a liar. Something you'll do well to remember. All I promised was not to harm you. We'll need to talk, and there are too many people here for that. Now you know that your powers can't harm me. The smart thing here to do is take my hand. I've already given this guy the biggest dose of voltage I've ever harnessed, and it didn't so much as scratch him. Taking his hand isn't just a smart move, it's my only move. As your hand slides into his, voltage once again channels into him, and again he barely reacts. His hands are warm. Not just that, his entire body. That's not usual for a vampire. That is true. Before you can speak why his warm arms envelop you, in a single leap, the two of you are vaulted into the air, flying through the night sky. So we're flying, people. Wow. It takes about 30 minutes of flying before Vlad sets the two of you down in a large field. Once your eyes adjust to the dark, you see a small plane ahead in the clearing. Guess you have more than one way to fly. I'm not getting into that thing. I'm gonna do that one. Guess, yeah. What you thought I physically flew myself all the way to Florida? You put me in that and my hand will fry every circuit I touch. Then we won't let you touch any circuits. He claps your hands even firmer. You won't be able to hold my hand the whole way, you know. You may be stronger than most vampires, but the longer you touch me, the more voltage you'll absorb. You should have figured out by now that eventually I'll cook you from the inside out. Wow. And you should have figured out that I'm fireproof. You can't harm me, Amber, no matter how much voltage you channel into me. The information brings you to a halt. Vlad doesn't pull you forward, waiting instead for you to process it. Could there really be someone I could touch without harming someone's powers wouldn't affect him? This sounds just like the X-Men. Okay, let's do this. Then come. It's gonna be a love story. Got his private plane. He jumps into the plane, pulling you along as though you're weightless. Vlad says something to the two pilots in a language you don't quite recognize. Then he turns, closing the curtain to give you both the illusion of privacy. Vlad, where's Marty? Where are we going? Tell me. Let's do where's Marty, because she should be concerned about him. He's with my associate Sharpnail now. The two of them are on a separate flight back to my home. Why'd you separate us? You can never be too careful in my line of work, Amber. Geez, the air conditioning is cold. Still, I can't believe I was grabbed by in my leotard. Here. As he speaks, he places his coat over you. Thanks. How did you know I was cold? Let's do how did you know I was cold? This doesn't make up for kidnapping me. Let's do how did you know I was cold? Mind reading? You were shivering. The flight immediately starts to taxi, lifting off only moments later. Must not need much of a runway. As you settle back into your seat, you can't help but notice how warm Vlad's hands feel. It's so nice for someone to be able to hold my hand. God, it's been so long. Wow. The sly smile on his face serves once more a reminder that he can read your thoughts. A current slides through your hand and onto his, powered by your embarrassment. That one tickled. If electrocution is your way of flirting, I commend you on your originality. You were born with these abilities. I guess I owe him an explanation. He did just save my life. Plus, really, he saved your life, but he kidnapped you. Well, I guess he did do that. Okay, anyway. Please, if I'm going to be stuck with him for a while, it's best I be on his good side. And open up to him will bring us closer together. Open up to Vlad. Do I have enough? I don't want to spend the gems, though. I don't want to spend them. I'm going to shut him down. I'd rather not talk about it, if that's okay. It's a pretty personal story. He eyes you over, but says nothing. Very well. What about you? What's your story? Like why'd you choose the name Vlad? It's not the most original vampire name you could have picked after all. I'm the only authentic Vlad. Everyone else is merely an envious imitation. You've got the obligatory, dangerous, yet sexy thing going on, I'll give you that. But I believe you're the real Dracula when you believe I'm the real Frankenstein. Dracula is a caricature born from a writer's imagination. It bears no resemblance to me or any more than Mary Shelley's story is an accounting of you. Right, sorry. Is there something else you'd rather talk about? Your survival chances. His pleasant expression somehow seems even more terrifying than a menacing scowl. Is that the part where you tell me how I'm going to die? You should have seen that. I don't waste my time with monologues before I kill. In fact, it's my best interest to protect you. Well, holding me against my will is certainly an interesting way to accomplish that. You're still half expecting me to harm you, yet you don't hesitate to needle me. Aren't you afraid of making me angry? No sense answering with anything less than the truth to a mind reader. You're scarier when you're nice, and you've already decided if you're going to kill me. No amount of bantering or begging on my part will change your mind, so I'll keep on being myself. You're not the one who doesn't care for pretense. You're right on all counts, but you'll be relieved to know that you're not about to die. I said it was in my best interest to protect you, and I meant that. If I'm right, and I always am, you'll remain kidnapped will be a dead end. Your remaining kidnapped will be a dead end. No matter how much I attempt to persuade him to talk, that leaves you as my best chance to discover who sent these vampires after me. Wait, you don't know who's trying to kill you? This my problem now? You're going to torture him. You don't know who's trying to kill you. We'll do that. I have many enemies. This could be any number of people. The world of vampiric intrigue is a very complicated web, one which I often find myself at the center of. So how am I supposed to help? Your ability to divine information through touch as well as locate people in the present and future is priceless. Vampires all over the world would kill to use you as an instrument against their enemies. I'm astounded that you've remained anonymous as long as you have, considering your friendship with another vampire. Marty would never use me like that. This is why I'm letting him live. That's a kindness I don't usually bestow on anyone who attacks me. But because of his affection for you, he'll also be invested in finding out who was really behind your kidnapping. What if neither of us wants to help you? We can take care of our own. Let's see. Let's do what if neither of us are interested. His coppery eyes sparkle for a moment. If I let you go, how long do you think it would be until the same vampire sent another crew to snatch you up? You need to find this person far more than I do. I guess you got a point. Keep thinking like that, and you'll live long enough to dance on your enemies' graves. I thought vampires didn't do graveyards. We don't. Graveyards are full of dead people. Vampires want to be where living, drinkable blood is. You close your eyes, weariness hitting you all at once. It's been a long, stressful day, and if Vlad is telling me the truth, it's going to be the first of many. I'll wake you when we get there. In response, you close your eyes and eventually drift to sleep. How about that? So here we are, 11 hours and 1 stop to refuel later, and 2 of you land in a tiny airport with a single runway. To your surprise, a shiny black limousine awaits the 2 of you inside, manned by a massive blonde man. Maximus. Either Vlad has a ton of money or friends in high places. Of course, he might also have just had a vampire associate mesmerized, aka mind control limo driver, picking us up. The blonde man executes a bow and as Vlad approaches. Your ride, my lord. Very good, Maximus. Maximus looks past him, his eyes lingering on you just for a moment. He looks intimidating, cute, strong. What is strong? Looks like this guy does a hell of a lot more than drive Vlad's limo. You duck inside the limo, carefully not touch anything with your right hand. The door slams shut behind you. Maximus takes his seat at the steering wheel. Vlad sits beside you, and soon the three of you are off. Any chances we can pick up some clothes on the way? A leotard isn't going to cut it in this weather. Vlad reaches out, pulling your hand into his. It's already been taken care of. I'm guessing ordering clothes was one of the things you took care of while you were at the phone the whole last hour we were in the air. Among other things, while you're a guest in my home, I'll provide you all your needs. That being said, be careful not to abuse my hospitality. Let's see. I'm not the type of person to do that. So now I'm his guest that it was prisoner. It sounds more threatening. Let's do that. I'm your guest now more than your prisoner. Believe me, your treatment would be very different if you were a prisoner of mine. I'd like to see you try. Trust me, you wouldn't. You know this mind reading thing is pretty invasive. You should be grateful. I can hear your thoughts. It's kept me from empowering more invasive methods to determine if you are telling the truth about your kidnapping. Your mind flashes back to the memories you relived of the vampire Vlad's burned to death. You're still afraid of me, good. You get off on people being afraid, don't you? In reply, Vlad pushes a button and the dark window separating you two from the driver rolls down. Maximus, do you fear me? Yes. He answers without hesitation. Vlad presses the button once more and it rolls back into place. I want you afraid of me for the same reason I want my people to fear me. Then you won't attempt to cross me. In the future, someone may try to persuade you to betray me. If that happens, remember this: I find and kill my enemies no matter how long it takes. I have no intentions of switching sides. Why would anyone try to get through to me? Let's see. I guess that's one way to... Let's do that. That's one way to maintain order. Let's do that. It's effective. My allies have long since learned not to cross me. So why take any chances with me? Thus far, you're not boring or irritating, a rarity. Simply keep in mind that I always reward those loyal to me. So keep your fear of me, Amber, but know this: you need not fear anyone else as long as you're under my protection. He speaks with a quiet intensity that sends shivers up your spine, and slowly you find yourself nodding. I must say, you quite impress me. After all, he's probably seen I impress him. I wonder why. I should tell him I don't care what he thinks. Let's do that. I don't care if I impress you. The opinion of a guy who's holding me against my will isn't worth much to me. His expression shifts just slightly, barely enough to inform you that your outburst has shifted his opinion of you. Two of you are interrupted by the distinct growling of your stomach. I haven't eaten in almost 2 days. He'd almost kill me for one of Marty's health. I'd almost kill for one of Marty's health shakes now, and that's saying something. You glance out the window at the wooden landscape bleakly. Probably no nearby grocery stores or restaurants, and I highly doubt Vlad stocks up on human food. An amused grunt directs your attention back towards the vampire himself. I have ample food, Amber, and this is Romania, not the northern wilds of Siberia. We'll be at my house shortly, and on the way we'll pass through a town that has groceries and restaurants. You eat regular food? Marty was never into that, said it all tasted like clay to him. It does, and I don't, but I have an abundance of food for the humans who live with me. If they were undernourished, then you wouldn't be able to feed me or my staff. Ooh, I didn't know that. Marty's always drank from tight-fisted tourists, said it never served them right for not tipping after a performance. He never tried to drink from me, of course, because he said that business and food should be kept separate. You're not exactly subtle, are you? If you're wondering whether I intend to drink from you, don't play games, ask. Are you? I know it won't kill me or turn me into a vampire, but I'm still not keen on the idea. No, I'm not. Nor will any other vampires while you're under my protection. Your friend Marty and I agree about keeping food and business alliances separate. Guess that's the one thing you two have in common. I'm surprised you found people who will and let you drink from them. Let's do that. It's fine. I'm surprised you found people to let them do that. Why is that? I can provide luxury, wealth, and comfort, all for a very minor price. Here in the town, beyond it is my home. Pretty. I hope your driver doesn't get pulled over, though. We must be going at least 80. No need to worry. It's about 10 more minutes before the car pulls to a stop. We've arrived. His body briefly blocks your vision, but as you step out of the vehicle, his house comes into view. It's incredible. Let's do that. I was getting the sense that Vlad was wealthy, but this is something else. Amber, come inside before you catch a chill. You tear your eyes away from his castle, snapping back to reality as he holds the entrance door open for you. Come in. What an epic love story we have here. Vlad continues to hold the door open as you pass through, nodding to two men who bow to him as he enters behind you. He strides forward and you fall behind him, barely able to keep yourself from looking around like a kid. It's a beautiful place. Finally, he steps in front of a massive staircase. Wait, is Marty here? I want to see him. I'll send him up to see you. In the meantime, Maximus will show you to your room. He begins to turn away, but you call out to him before he does. Hold on. Yes? Can't shower until I release all my excessive electricity. He moves in, sliding his hands around your waist. A devilish smile plays across his lips. You can use me. The heat builds between the two of you. There's a spark of electricity as you imagine running your hands across his broad chest. And within the reach, he's the first man you've been able to safely touch since your childhood. I should push him away, release my energy into his body. I'm going to push him away. If it's all the same to you, I'll stick to the lightning rods. He cocks an eyebrow, but if you've hurt his pride, he says nothing. Very well, I have them brought out at once. Sure enough, it doesn't take long before two servants appear carting miniature lightning rods. They're not the highest of quality, but they should be able to take what you can dish out. Right, thanks. You grip the rods, pouring as much energy as you can into them. By the time you finish, your legs are wobbling beneath you. Guess I was hungrier than I thought. Are you all right? I'm fine. If you insist. I'll see you at dinner after you've had time to adjust to your living arrangements. Vlad gives you one more charming smile before exiting the scene. You use the banister for balance as you follow Maximus up to the curving staircase. up the curving staircase. 30 hard-fought steps later, you come to a landing. Maximus opens the third door in the hallway, standing aside to let you enter. This is amazing. Thank you, Maximus. Let's do where does Vlad stay? On the upper floor. His private room is rather separate from the rest of the house. No one else rooms on that floor anymore. You will find a change of clothes in the wardrobe. Additionally, the electricity in this room has been rewired to be voice activated, so no worries about short-circuiting anything with your powers. Vlad. That man seems to think of everything. I'll take my leave now. Your lunch will be delivered shortly, but if you have need of anything in the meantime, simply pull the cord on the door by the door there. Thank you so much. My pleasure. As soon as he's gone, you set about showering and finally changing out of your old leotard. Well, I'm a guest at Vlad's. I guess I should make sure I'm wearing something. That's good. That's real good, actually. Let's see. That's good, too. Let's do that. That's better. Very modest. Very nice. No sense trying to stand out. As Maximus mentioned, soon food is delivered to your room, a gorgeous 4-course meal. You scarf it down, hungrily grateful for the first food you've had in what feels like an age. Still, as you finish your meal, one thought still sits uncomfortably with you. I still haven't seen Marty here. As the minutes tick on without his appearance, uncertainty turns into dread. We'll fine if I'll go find him myself. Here we go. You exit your room, heading down staircase and back to the main entrance hall. Now let's see, where did Vlad head off to? He said he was going to get Marty. And that's when you see him, torn up, bloody, and clearly worse for wear since you saw him last. Hey, kid. Marty, what happened? And there it is, people. Another great chapter. Great, great, great. Alrighty, guys, that's the end of Chapter 3. We'll see you guys, as always, tomorrow with Chapter 4. Give the video a thumbs up, as always. And thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back with Night Prince Once Burned. This is Chapter 4 of 21. Let's keep the excitement going, people, and see what awaits us next. Alrighty, here we go. Where we're at. Since arriving at his castle, Vlad and his servant Maximus have been hospitable. But now, seeing your former trainer Marty apparently tortured by your host, that impression has changed. What the hell? Marty grabs your arms. Calm down, I'm fine. We don't want to cause any trouble here, kid, trust me. You're not fine. They've been torturing. Just do that. I bet he was just in that fight before is all that was. We'll see. We'll see. Keep your voice down. This isn't a guy you want to piss off. Good advice. At Vlad's approach, Marty's face drains of all color. Look, don't hurt her. She didn't mean anything by it. I should freeze up. I need to go ahead and see what this is. What's this mean? Claim. Oh. Okay. So it gives me a discount. I see. Okay, whatever. You lock into place. Willing to speak out against me when my back is turned, then freezing up when we're face to face. I must say, I thought better of you, Amber. In spite of the situation, embarrassment brings a flush to your cheeks. Regardless, I'm sure you have many questions about your current situation, about who I am. Perhaps this will clear things up. Vlad shoves something small and metallic into your hand. What could it be? Almost instantly, the vision starts. Though, unlike most, this isn't centered on one person. Instead, multiple perspectives slam into you. What could this be, people? What could this be? We're out in a forest. First, the memory of an older man being held down by soldiers. The soldiers jeer at him, cutting away at the skin of his face before slitting his throat. What is this? The next is even more brutal. A burning hot coal used to put out a younger man's eyes. Afterwards, he's burned alive. It's all visions. Looks like his house. Looks like the house we're in right now. The third you recognize. A much younger Vlad is ambushed and stabbed to death in a church. Okay, it's a church. So he's had past lives here? Finally, you see the man who murdered Vlad pleading to no avail. A dirty and blood-stretched Vlad shoves a young wooden pole through the man's midsection. He hoists himself aloft, sitting and watching the entire 2 days it takes for the man to die. Well, then you're back to the present. You're back against the wall, Vlad's grip on your arms, the only thing holding you upright. Vlad, those were all members of your family, weren't they? Let's do that. No, wait a minute. You've been through so much. You just sat and watched that man die. Let's do you've been through so much. Let's be nice. It made me the man I am today. One perhaps cut from the very different cloth that those you are used to. But I've learned to survive the very worst this world has to offer. Do you know who I am now? Your Vlad, we'll say he's just Dracula. How's that? I'm not going to try to pronounce the name. Your Dracula, former ruler of Wakandia. But over 500 years ago, they used to call me Tespis. Others called you Vlad the Impaler. They still do. His voice comes out carelessly, lethal as he releases you. Could you hear what I experienced when I touched the ring? Yes and no. When you utilize the power, your mind is locked behind an impenetrable wall. But when you're finished and you think about it, what you saw and what I heard that. Now that you're clear who I truly am, let's make something else clear. I promise not to harm you and to keep you alive, both of which I've done. I'm sure it never occurred to you that Marty might have been in collusion with the vampires who kidnapped you. But that thought did not escape me. Marty wouldn't do that. Thanks, kid. Regardless, Marty has since earned some measure of trust, but I wasn't about to take a stranger at his word. I come from a line of princes who all have one thing in common. They were murdered. I've been surrounded by death, betrayal, and power of coups for hundreds of years. And yet I've survived and kept my people safe by being smarter and more ruthless than my enemies. What I did may disgust you, but only the naive or foolish would have trusted Marty on his word alone, and I am neither. He holds out his hand to you. It's then that you finally notice what he placed in your hand, the essence heavy item carrying with it so many memories. It was a thick golden ring with a dragon embezzled across the wide flat stone. Look at that. It looks like a high school ring. Okay. The same ring each of the men in the vision had been wearing when they died. I'll take my family ring back now. You place it in his palm, forgetting to switch it to your left hand before touching him. A current sizzles with the contact, and the scene shifts, this time to a future vision. We're shifting again to a whole new world. My future. Your hand grips the thick fabric of Vlad's bed. Vlad kneels between your bare, parted legs, his mouth inching from your skin. Please, God, yes, as you wish. I should cut off the vision, because we don't want to do that. You pull yourself out of the vision. Was that really a vision of what's to come? Oh, God. You can barely hide the embarrassment creeping into your cheeks. Vlad looks down at you, visibly confused on his face. I know you caught a glimpse of something when you touched me, but your mind has gone silent. Tell me, what was it? You do your best to hide your flaming cheeks, to put the memory back down. Think of something else, anything else. By the slight grin on his face, it appears you were unsuccessful. Not surprising, I predicted the same thing myself. Knowing Vlad can read your mind, you decide to send him a message through your thoughts. I've changed premonitions before. We'll see if you can match up to the hype. I would never be with the man who tortured Marty. I've changed premonitions before. This one won't be any different. His smirk tells you he thinks differently. You brush past him and head up the stairs, taking them two at a time and not looking back. An hour later, Marty joins you in your room. He clearly changed and showered since you last saw him. However, his expression looks anything but pleasant. Hey, Amber, can we talk? I don't want to bother you, but I don't have long. Why? What's going on? Marty shuts the door behind him before answering. Vlad's sending me out on a scouting mission to find who sent those guys after you. You're working for Vlad now? What if they weren't working for anyone? Let's see why he's sending you. Vlad's got more than a few enemies, and fortunately for him, he and I aren't known associates. I can get in where he can't, pull a few of my connections, just to make sure nobody he already suspects is behind this whole thing. I'm so sorry you got caught up into this, Marty. He shouldn't have hurt you. I'm happy to be alive. You probably guessed that I tailed you from Gibbstown, waiting until there were fewer vampires guarding you. When I realized it was Vlad I attacked, I thought I was done for. The only reason I'm not toes up is because you made him promise not to kill me. He's supposed to be a real stickler for keeping his word. Seems like you know him better than I do. A hell of a lot better. It would be good to know more about Vlad, considering I'm going to be trapped here for a while. And I can trust Marty. He's a great source of knowledge. Let's see. I got 15 gems. I'm not going to spend them right now. Marty's expressions turns grim. I know better than to try to push you when you get that look. I'll let you handle this on your own. Thanks, Marty. He mutters his next thought under his breath. I just hope you know what you're doing. Make sure you watch your back while I'm gone. I will. When do you leave? He lets out a sigh. Now, love you, kid. You kneel down, wrapping your arms around him, careful not to touch him with your right hand. Don't you dare get yourself killed. I love you too. I'll investigate Vlad in the meantime. Let's do that. I appreciate the initiative, but please be careful. And with that, Marty exits. A few hours later, you get ready for dinner with Vlad. Vlad said to wear something nice. Should I go with something? Look at that. That's pretty. That's pretty too. I'm going to go with plain, because I'm not trying to get with Vlad. I'd rather be comfortable than worry about dressing up. It's hard for a pretty girl to look unattractive when she wears anything, though. Vlad looks you over with amused curiosity as you enter the dining room. He clearly wanted to see where your thoughts lie. I should sit across from him, sit next to him, sit away from him. You make a statement, taking a seat a few positions away from him. However, your defiance only seems to spur him on further. His gaze locks onto your eyes, gleaming. It's hard to tell he's thinking about your... It's hard to tell. It isn't hard to tell he's thinking about your earlier vision, the one where you were both wearing far less clothing. You're not getting any of this, no matter... Wow, what vision shows you? You clean up nicely. Let's do, what are we having for dinner? Let's do that. Something savory. Oh, is that so? Interesting approach to simple. Try to ignore what happened earlier. I enjoy challenges, but I don't think it will be too long until you're in my bed. Oh, someone's got an ego. He picks up his wine glass, taking a sip before replying, "It's not ego. I'm used to women chasing me. With your age and inexperience, you normally wouldn't stand a chance. However, your abilities cut a swath of darkness through all the youth and innocence, making you quite intriguing. Lucky me. People frequently bore me, sometimes amuse me, most often irritate me, but rarely intrigue me. You do, which is why I'll enjoy having you as a lover. No wonder you need such a huge house. Your overconfidence wouldn't fit in anything smaller. Confidence I might be, but it's not without cause. You think I'm dangerous and you're angry at me over Marty, but even before your vision, I could tell you wanted me. Well, obviously, maybe back then, but not anymore. You're deluding yourself. I'm playing hard to get. I'm a mind reader, remember? You were an attractive man I couldn't kill with my touch. That was all you had going for you. So you're saying any other good-looking man who could resist your powers would bring the same reaction then? Let's put it to the test, shall we? Maximus? He didn't even raise his voice, but the blonde vampire still appears almost instantly. Yes. Maximus here is just one of many men available for you to choose from, Amber. All muscular, virile, single, and good for at least an hour before you'll electrocute them into oblivion. Where are you going with this? Now look at our guest, Maximus. Full lips, beautiful eyes, a strong, shapely body. Beautiful, isn't she? She's beautiful. I'm confident you and several others in this house would like to have a good time with her. You gasp at the bluntness, and Maximus blinks at the question, his gaze fitting between you and Vlad. Is this a trick question? Not at all. For the length of Amber's stay, all of her people are free to pursue her if she's agreeable. Or if she wants to skip the preliminaries and go one-on-one right now, this is allowable as well. I don't think I'm comfortable with this. Something tells me you're going to regret this, Vlad. Who do you think I am? Val shrugs. Simply letting you know the offer's on the table. Whether or not you take up one of them, it's up to you. Maximus shoots a confused look at Vlad. You want her? Why are you offering us this chance? Because she's wrong about me and needs to realize that. Besides, in the unlikely event that she's right, she's not worth my time. All right, one step too far. I'm done listening to this. Maximus reaches out, touching your arm with a surprising gentleness. Please wait, I am interested. Before anyone else jumps into the equation, could I take you out? Not to be blunt, but working with Vlad doesn't leave much time for meeting women. Besides, you're beautiful, ballish, and your abilities are incredible. So if you're interested too, I'd love to show you around, and it would have nothing to do with being ordered. Your gaze flicks over to Vlad, who simply strokes his jaw in relaxed contemplation. You smug bastard. It doesn't have to be anything serious, just a tour around the house. What do you say? And that's that, people. Another episode done. It got a little bit serious there, but, we're going to pull away from it. We'll see how it goes from here. I didn't think it was going to turn, a little bit dirty there, but I don't think this one's going to be bad. At least I hope it's not. Anyway, that's pretty much it. We'll see how it goes from here. Alrighty, guys, and that'll be it. We'll see you, as always, tomorrow with Chapter 5 of 21. As always, have a great day. Thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up, and we'll see you guys later. Alrighty, guys, we are back. Chapter 5, 21. So let's see how it goes from here, people. It was getting a little bit, a little bit rated R last episode, but we'll see how it goes from here. Here we go. I can't believe that Vlad just gave his entire staff permission to pursue me romantically. Oh my God. Or that Maximus just asked me on a date. What do you say, young lady? I love that, Maximus. Sure, but no, you can show me your bedroom if you want. Sure, but let's keep it light. There's no real out. Let's keep it light. Let's do that. Of course, I wouldn't want to push you into anything you're not comfortable with. How about 1 p.m. tomorrow, unless that's too early? 1 is fine. I look forward to it. He gives you one more smile before turning to Vlad, bowing and exciting. As he does, half a dozen attendants file in, each bearing a large dome platter that emits a variety of delicious odors. What is this? As they lay the spread before you, Vlad smiles at you, still unshakable, perhaps even smugger than before. Now, Amber, let's eat. All right. The next morning, you're getting ready for your date with Maximus. I'll wear something. What should I wear? That is cute as a button. Look at that. That's too much. That's playful. Which one's free? Are they all free? Let's see about this. I guess it is free. We'll just do that. You figure Maximus would be prompt, and sure enough, he arrives as soon as the clock strikes 1. You look lovely, Amber. Thank you, so do you. Let's see, I'll say thank you. I'm not going to compliment him. He gives you a bashful shrug, something that contrasts generally with his massive frame. Just being honest. Anyway, shall we get on the tour? Let's get it to it. Let's get it on. We might as well start at the beginning. This whole place was originally a monastery built back in the 15th century. This is a former church. Monasteries were more than just that back then. They were also strategic strongholds. At that time, the Ottoman Empire was trying to invade Western Europe, and Romania was one of the countries in its way. That would explain the high walls and lookout towers. They still come in handy today. After all, Vlad has many memories. I noticed when some of them kidnap me, what kind of people make enemies with Vlad? Any chance of us being in... Let's do that one. Any chance of us being in danger here? There's always risk, of course. That being said, this castle is well fortified and deep in Vlad's territory. I guess you have to be suicidal to attack someone like Vlad on his home turf. You know, Vlad didn't live here when he was a prince. He didn't move here until the 17th century. The walls and monastery were practically in ruins, but he restored them. Built the 3rd and 4th levels of the house on top of them, as well as adding new amenities to the 1st and 2nd floor. You mean like that indoor garden I spied on its way in? Sharpnail insists on that. He is a horticulturist, whatever that is, horticulturist at heart, but he never admitted. That huge vampire that took down Marty secretly likes plants? What other surprises do you have in store for me? Let me guess, you're a real Roman commander. He chuckles, running his hand along your arms and not drawing away at the current that flows into him. No, but with the right incentive, you could get me to wear that short leather skirt and pretend to be. Let's keep things lighter than that. That sounds like a fun play for later. Let's do that. I'm keeping it light, people. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's okay, I just rather we keep things friendly. In the meantime, is there any place in the castle you'd particularly like to see? Perhaps the weapons room or the library? Let's do the library. Who cares about weapons? One of my favorite rooms. It's right through here. Oh, I should have went to the weapons room then. He would have said my other favorite room. So anyway, as expected, Vlad's library is filled to the brim with all manners of texts. It probably won't surprise you to learn that Vlad is very well read. He collected all manners of books throughout his lifespan. Not a lot of fiction here. When your life is exciting and dangerous as his, stories of fantasy tend to lose their appeal. Rather, he tends to find himself drawn to historic accounts, though to hear him tell it, they're as inaccurate as the fictional book. I guess that makes sense. Everyone's going to be writing with their own biases. A wise observation for someone still in their first century of life. Wow. The rest of the date goes wonderful, and 2 hours later, Maximus brings you back to your room. Thanks for a lovely afternoon. See you at lunch tomorrow. He leans forward in a casual way. No one of the others will bring you your food. Sick of me already? It's harder to seduce someone when you're also cleaning her plates. That's why I assign others to take care of you while you're here. Wow, you really thought this all out. I've got to ask before the night ends. Would it be all right if I kissed you goodnight? Vlad said I could if I wanted, so there's no harm in it. So if Vlad is over you now, really? I'm going to shut him down. Because I ain't going to spend the gems. I don't think so. A look of hurt flashes across his face, but only for a moment. Right, of course, I understand. Just so I know, is there any chance anything could happen between us? I feel the connection, but I don't know if you feel it too. I'm sorry, I feel it. It's too early to tell. It's too early to tell. He almost looks embarrassed by your response. Forgive my imprudence. It has been a very long time since I've courted anyone. Don't worry, big guy. I understand. She called him big guy. He gives you a smile. I'll see you tomorrow, Amber. Looking forward to it. Okay, we shut him down pretty good. It's 9 o'clock by the time you head down to dinner, once again ready to eat with Vlad. His sarcasm smiles as he holds out your chair for you is absolutely infuriating. How was your date with Maximus? Everything you hoped it would be? It was lovely. You made me go on. Let's see. Not exactly. I'll do it was lovely. Let's do that. Is that so? During your date, Maximus had been unwilling to show you the 4th floor, calling it Vlad's personal territory. I wonder why Vlad needs a whole floor to himself. Maybe that's where he does his torturing. No, I do my torturing in the dungeon, like any other respectable castle owner. You really have a dungeon? Of course. As he speaks, an attendant appears and pours thick red liquid into his wine. You can't help but glance down at his long tapered fingers stroke the stem. Your mind flashes back to how those same hands caressed you in your vision and how they could again. You see, you don't react this way around every man. Should I storm out? Flirt with Vlad? There's only 2 options, people, so we're going to storm out. You're beyond frustrated, you know that. So I've been told. I've lost my appetite. I can have food brought up later if you change your mind. We'll see. You turn on your heels, storming out of the dining hall and not bothering to look back. You're still thinking about your dinner with Vlad when you wake up the next morning, sunlight streaming through the blinds of your room. This is ridiculous. I got to get this out of my head. In the past, you've always had one tried and true method for burning off unwanted tension. I'm sure Vlad has a gym in this place somewhere. Wait. What with the shape he is in, yeah. I might even run into him down there. I'll wear something. Here we go, I gotta do this again. Whew. Goodness. So I have to pick one. There we go, we'll go modest. Excellent. You head downstairs hoping that someone will be there to help direct you to the gym. Hello, I need to know where the gym is. From behind a stone pillar, a friendly-looking figure appears. It is right down this hallway. In the lower level, I will escort you. You start to smile when a familiar, far more subtle accent voice rings out. No need, Lachland. I'll show her where it is. Lachland, great. Bad enough trying to keep my mind off Vlad during dinner. If I see him during the day, I don't stand a chance. Lachland bows and exits at once. You turn to Vlad. Vlad, I had it under control. I appreciate the assistance. Jealous of someone else showing me around? I had it under control. Let's do that. Is it so wrong I wanted to show my guest around myself? Not wrong, just unexpected. I have been called many things, Amber, but never predictable. Come with me. Vlad slips a hand around your arm, warm and comforting, and begins leading you towards the gym. I didn't know he had a gym. I should go without him. Let's do that. You're getting a little too cozy. I'll walk there myself, boy. Very well. Lachland. At once, the figure appears once more. Yes, sir. It appears my presence is not required after all. Would you be so kind to escort her to the gym after all? Of course, sire. Vlad gives you an impossible-to-read smile before vanishing. Come, it is right this way, Letty. Thank you, Lachland. Is it Lachland, I guess? I don't know. Here we go. He leads you down to the lower level. As you walk through the halls, the sheer depth of the basement truly begins to strike you. What else does Vlad keep down here? Aside from the gymnasium, there are lower kitchens, laundry rooms, servants, entrance, and human living quarters. He keeps his live-in blood donors in the basement? It's a very nice basement, and they are well taken care of. Here we've arrived. He gestures to a door the two of you have reached. If you need anything, just call and one of us will assist you. And with that, Lachland is gone. Lachland, look at that gym. Whew. The gym turns out to be filled with state-of-the-art equipment. All metal and electronics, great for whoever lives here, but plenty useless for me. Fortunately, you're able to find a large exercise mat, some free weights, and a knotted rope suspended from the ceiling. Guess I'll have to make the most of these. As you are contemplating how best to start, a group of 20-somethings enter chatting in what you now recognize to be Romanian. Hi, any of you speak English? Most of us. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Let's do that. I've got to say, it's a relief to see how friendly you are. Why is that? Well, usually Vlad's guests are less than cordial to us humans. I'm Ben, as you can probably tell from my accent. I'm American too. This is Damien from Vampire Diaries. Nice to meet you. Damon from Vampire Diaries. Angie. It's a pleasure. And Sandra, the meeting you is nice. Though her English isn't very good, her English is still better than Romanian. There are so many of you. Let's do that. Yeah, well, if there were less of us, there's no way we'd be able to keep everyone fed. Not that any of us complain. He gives us people more to hang with here. Are you new to residing here? Not really. I'm just helping Vlad out with a project. I'm leaving once it's done. You're human, right? Yeah. Why? Is it unusual for Vlad to work with humans? We wouldn't know. None of us see him unless he's hungry. Then it bends, gets bitten, and beat it. Then it's bend, get bitten, and beat it. That's weird. That sounds horrible. Let's do that. It's not so bad. Really, you barely feel it when it happens. Hey, how come you're not using any of the electrical equipment? Oh, well, I have a few powers. I can't touch anything electrical or I'll short-circuit them. Powers, as in plural? Well, I can also see things when I touch people, bad things mostly, but sometimes I get glimpses of the future. That is so cool. If you touch me, can you tell me my future? Oh, I want to know mine too. I don't always see the future. Most of the time, I just see people's sins. Well, I don't have any sins, so zap away. I don't see any reason why not. All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. You reach out, taking Ben's hand in yours, and soon a vision rapidly takes form. True to his word, and the sin that you are witnessing is rather tame compared to the ones you've seen in the past. As the gem takes shape once again, he looks at you exponentially. He used to masturbate to a Minnie Mouse DVD? Sorry, I didn't see your future. Wow. That's odd. What'd you see from my past? You want me to say? You don't want me to say, trust me. Come on, how else will I know it worked? Yeah, tell us. Share Ben's sin? Fine, but I warned you. When you were 12, you stole your little sister's favorite Minnie Mouse DVD and beat off to it every night until your dad caught you. Stunned silence follows as Ben's face goes red. I don't believe it. You're the real deal. However, his disbelief is soon drowned out by laughter and good-natured ribbing. Hey, I bet the rest of you have some embarrassing sins too. You better cut him some slack before I start capping some feels. Hey, what's wrong with your ear? You reach up feeling something wet. Guess I must be sweating up a storm. As you pull back your hand, you see blood red. Sharp pain racks your body. What is this? The last thing you hear is Sandra gasping before everything goes hazy. The world quickly goes black as you topple forward into unconsciousness. And there it is, people. That was a very tame chapter. I thought we might get more, into the dating crap, but I did a pretty good job keeping all them vampires off of me. So anyway, guys, that's another episode. Alrighty, guys, so tomorrow we'll see you with Chapter 6 as we continue Night Prince Once Burned. As always, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. Have a great day now. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back for Chapter 6, Night Prince Once Burned. Let's get right to it, see what awaits us next. Amber, can you hear me? You open your eyes as Vlad's face materializes in front of you, blurry at first, but soon clear enough to see the concern. What happened? Your voice comes out weaker than you expected. You blacked out after using your powers. Will she be all right? Vlad turns to Ben and the rest of the human blood donors. All of you leave. Vlad's that's very nice. Ben, I'll catch up with you guys later. Ben, I'll be okay. Let's do Vlad, that's not very nice. Kindness won't heal your wounds. The group exits as Vlad gives them one more menacing glare. So I fainted. Yes. You were also bleeding from your ears, but that stopped now. Vlad's words are blunt, but they lack the sharp tone he used with Ben. You try to sit up, but as you do, the world around you starts to go blurry once more. Slowly. He grasps your shoulder, easing you into a sitting position. Then he slides behind you so that your back rests against his chest. Careful, I'm all sweaty. Heavens, not sweating blood. Smartass. Are you anemic? I don't think so, but I haven't been to the doctor in a long time, for obvious reasons. You glance down at your right hand, though at this point maybe trying to keep my powers a secret is a moot point. Vlad grabs your hand, and before you realize what he's doing, he has your red, smeared fingers in his mouth. Uh-oh. What? His warm tongue snakes between your fingers, trying to get every last drop of blood. Finally, he lets go. You're not anemic. You can tell by the taste. Did you figure that out? Did you figure out what's wrong with me? Let's do that. Can you tell by the taste? You'd be surprised what I can do with my tongue. Oh my goodness. Really? Though admittedly I couldn't pick up on what the problem actually is. If Vlad intended the subtle innuendo, it doesn't show on his face. It's likely that has to do with your powers. I think I can get up now. His arms stop you before you can get more than a few inches, drawing you back against his hard, heated chest. Stop fidgeting. I'm not going to bite you. Going to lick the blood off my head instead? You can't see his face, but you can almost see his smile. No, not that either. Tell me, has this ever happened to you before? Being held against my will by a vampire? Sure, lots of times. Amber. You think back, ruling out the times you felt dizzy after falling during practice or banging your head. Years ago, before I started working for the circus, then a bit into your few months there. Once I even fainted when Marty and I were performing. Vlad tenses. Geez, if I thought his chest felt hard before, now it's like leaning against steel. He releases you, pulling out his phone and striding away from you. What's going on? Calling Martin. I have a theory about what's causing this. Should I stay here? I'm sure if it wasn't important, he'd fill me in. From the distance, Vlad makes the call. It's unclear exactly what's being said. However, by his demeanor and glowering expression, there's no doubt that whatever Marty's saying has made him furious. By the time he storms back to you, still on the phone, he's practically fuming. It appears my theory was correct. Martin, I am not pleased. The next time you withhold information from me, rest assured that'll be your death. I'll burn you to death. Okay, well. Whatever Marty is about to say on the other end is cut off as Vlad abruptly hangs up. That's a little harsh, don't you think? He kept information from me, information that put you at risk, that led to this. He gestures to the speckled blood where you hit the floor. Regardless of his motivations, withholding information from me is a very severe crime. I meant what I said. If he does it again, I'll kill him. You're the coldest person I've ever met. He won't do it again. Let's see. How do you withhold information from a mind reader? I'm going to go, you're the coldest person I've ever met. I'm going to be mean. Sometimes a cold touch is necessary. You could have died, Amber. And threatening my friend helps that. When someone threatens me or endangers a person under my protection, I make an example of him. This is the second time I've let Marty live out of consideration for you, but he won't get a third pardon. I can't afford to let others think they can get away with similar behavior, because you'll lose your scary reputation. Yes, and my people will suffer for it. I don't kill out of a perverse sense of enjoyment. I do it to protect those who are mine, because once life is lost, it's lost forever. His voice thickens. Loss has cost me greatly. Maybe you have a point. There must be a better way. We'll have to agree to disagree. We'll do that. Perhaps. But I believe that with time, you will begin to see things as they truly are. Later, I want to call Marty so I can talk to him. Give him a chance to come clean on anything else without your death threat hanging over him. After that, he hides something from you at his own peril. Deal? Deal. You start to walk away, but Vlad's voice stops you in your place. We're not finished yet, Amber. What's this? Vlad leads you into the medical room down the hall. As soon as you're both inside, he removes his shirt. Martin said that without regular doses of vampire blood, your body will destroy itself. It seems we've already reached the limit of how far you can go without it. What if I said no? Would you force me? Of course not. That said, without this, you will die. With his shirt removed, you can see that the scars of his hand continue up to his forearm, a fine dusting of hair covering some of them. Reflexively, you rub your own scar. I barely remember the pain of my skin splitting open when the electricity from the power line ripped through my flesh. Does he remember what happened when all those scars were made, or has the passing of centuries erased them from his mind? I remember. He could have healed his scars with vampiric blood, but he chose to keep them instead. Why didn't he? Vlad's eyes are exponentially. Should I stay quiet, don't care? Let's do that, yeah. You know Vlad can read your thoughts. If he wanted to answer the question, he would. If he only answered in cryptic. His only answer is cryptic. Led my armies from the front, Amber. Everybody holds their sins close to their skin. Fangs gleam for an instant before Vlad bites into his wrist, pulling up two deep crimson holes. Then come and taste me, oh God. Will this turn me into a vampire? It will be my pleasure. I'm not sure about this. Let's do that. You've been drinking vampiric blood for years, according to Marty. It's the only thing stopping your powers from killing you after all. What's the plan? Are you going to pull me into a drink, or I am supposed to lick it off your skin? He smirks, strolling towards you, a thumb reaching out to gently touch your lower lip. Why, that's up to you, Amber. I should drink it from a glass. I like that idea. I'm going to drink from a glass. I'll have it in a glass. Very well. He moves with a supernatural speed, vanishing from the gym and returning with a goblet. Then, with careful precision, he lets out a few drops of blood into the glass. It mixes perfectly with the red wine within, You take the glass with shaking hands, tipping it back and downing it. The wine tastes far better than Marty's health shakes. Still, the subtle bitter flavor remains. I hope I don't start associating wine with Vlad. The man in question watches you intently as you drink, his eyes a bright green. His expression is almost frightening in its intensity. Well, bang. The gymnasium door slamming open makes you jump as though burned. Vlad turns to the newcomer with visibly irritation on his face, quickly slipping back into his shirt. What is it? Maximus strides into the gym, taking a moment to glance over the two of you before responding. You have visitors. Vlad's button-up shirt as he scowls the Maximus. And you are so important that you had to find me at once and enter without knocking? It doesn't take much to hear the threat behind those silky words. I should stand up for Maximus. Berate Maximus, I'm going to stay silent. See what happens. This isn't my fight. Best to stay out of it. Forgive me, but it's Mercedes and his co-ruler. Their spouses as well. What, so early? Vlad gaze turns straight towards you. Right, understand I'll make myself scarce. You start to turn towards the door when his voice rings out. Amber, stop. His commanding tone freezes you in your tracks. Afraid you're too late, Vlad. A new voice rings out as the first of Vlad's guests strides through the door, fangs gleaming. We've already arrived. Oh, look at that. So we've got a problem. We'll see what happens next time. It looks very interesting. Alrighty, guys. So tomorrow will be Chapter 7. As always, give that video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great day now. Alrighty, guys. We are back with Night Prince Once Burned. This Chapter 7 of 21. Let's get right to it. See what awaits us. Vlad looks annoyed. He clearly wasn't expecting his guest to be here so soon. And what do we have here? I simply must meet the human who has supposedly put you in your place so thoroughly, Vlad. The man strides in, followed by a woman with dreadlocks. He's not how I pictured a fearsome member of the vampire royalty. Handsome in almost too pretty kind of way. With less muscle and some makeup, he'd probably look great in a dress. So he's a girly girl. Vlad's scowl vanishes into a smile at the thought as Maximus quietly excuses himself. Right, Vlad's a mind reader. Looks as though she's put you in your place as well, Bones. So it seems. But while I've worn many disguises, I'll draw the line at a dress. Another mind reader. Am I in danger? I feel so sorry for insulting you. I guess Vlad's not this dude. I'm guessing Vlad's not so special. Vlad bristles and the newcomer lets out a laugh. I like her already. No wonder you've taken a shine to her, Vlad. Only fair of you to know that almost all of us in this group are mind readers. Annoying, isn't it? Yes, it is. Behind the first couple, another appears. Amber, this is my friend and honorary sire, Mercedes? Or Mercedes? Mercedes, I'm sorry. Mercedes. Hello. And his wife, Kira. Pleasure. I should also introduce my friend, Kat. How many friends have you got? Great to finally meet you. Her husband, Bones. Hello, I'm Bones. Is not my friend. It's lovely to meet you all. Where's this blood coming from? Are you all vampire elite? Some might call us that. Though whether Bones qualifies as a lead is very much up for debate. Stop, you two. All four of them seem important to Vlad, even Bones, though I doubt Vlad would admit it. They also seem very important in the vampire world. It would be good to know them better. I'm going to keep my distance. I don't trust nobody. I don't want to bother any of them. All of them seem like very important people. Well, we're sure you're important too, dear. Oh yeah, mind readers. Tell us about yourself. Amber has unusual abilities. She gives off electricity, particularly her right hand. She also divines psychic impressions through touch and can glimpse events from the past, present, and future. Cat whistles through her teeth. Extraordinary. It's nothing special. I'm not some lab rat. It has its ups and downs. We'll do that. Is that so? I find it hard to imagine a downside to such power. Reliving 1,000 different deaths might qualify. Oh yes, I'm starting to see the fuller picture now. Apologies. Sorry everyone, but it was bad enough when only Vlad was eavesdropping in my mind. I don't think I can handle a group of people doing it. Let's see. Mercedes steps forward, placing a hand on Vlad's arm. With that said, it's been a pleasure meeting you, Amber. Vlad, my friend, walk with me. Vlad doesn't move. I'll see Amber to her room first. She injured herself only a short time ago. Bones looks at you, then at Vlad. A slow smile spreads across his features. No need, Vlad. We'll be glad to escort her. I assume you have her in the guest room? My friend should remember where that is. Vlad bristles. What makes you think you can tell me what to do with my guest in my house? Vlad, you brought him here. You knew this would happen. Let them escort her. Besides, you requested that I come here because you have a question to ask and you want to ask it with Cat or Bones nearby. Hey, why not me? We're friends. Yes, but you tell your husband everything. Kira, can you come through? You're leaving me out? And what should I just do that? As Bones said, he will take you back to his room. Vlad lets out the sentence through gritted teeth. Come, Vlad, you know this is for the best. And just like that, the three of them apart. Vlad left me with the vampiric versions of Ken and Barbie. And you thought Cat lets out a snort. Thanks, I think. Sorry, I meant it as a compliment. You two are just really pretty. Are they? You step out into the hall with Cat and Bones. These two have known Vlad for decades. They must know a lot about him. Head back to my room. No sense digging into Vlad's past. Besides, it doesn't seem like he gets along with Bones. Oh, and you're so quick to trust Vlad? Right, mind reader. Trust me, he has as many secrets as I do. The whole mind reading thing is so intrusive. Yet pretty awful when your thoughts aren't your own, isn't it? Used to drive my wife Barney before she changed over. But her voice lowers as he leans in. What if I told you that there's a way to limit what someone can listen to? I'd love that. I'm not sure I trust you. I like that. Let's do that. Excellent. This will drive him absolutely crazy. Most humans aren't capable of blocking it directly, you should know. See, it takes a rare form of willpower for a human to block a mind-reading vampire from their thoughts, and most people don't have that. But what you can do whenever you suspect you're being eavesdropped on is to sing something wretched to yourself. Sing. He nods. In your mind, of course. But remember, it has to be so annoying and repetitive that it distracts the person from breaking past that mental melody. Cat looks at Bones with open suspicion. This is mean, Bones. Vlad has it coming. He smiles at you. Good, go on. Try to block me. Okay, so maybe Bones isn't helping me for altruistic reasons, but he's still giving me a shield against Vlad reading my mind whenever he wants. Something annoying, huh? Macarena, Friday by Becky Black, Relax. I think Friday is pretty annoying from Beck, yeah. After the first few lyrics, Bone laughs. Perfect. Repeat that whenever Vlad is around you, and he'll run screaming in no time. Cat shakes her head. You really are twisted, honey. Bones just smiles. As I said, he had this coming. Well, that's pretty neat. True to their word, the two escort you back to your room without much trouble. It's hours later when a knock sounds at your door. Hello. To your surprise, one of Vlad's various underlings stands at the ready. Your presence is requested in the dining room. Vlad and his guests are going to be attending dinner shortly. And he wants me there? That's what he's instructed. I can't believe Vlad wants me at a dinner with some of his most powerful and important guests. Plus, I'll be a great time to try out my new trick Bones taught me on Vlad, and it would be rude not to go. How much have I got? I'm going to it, yeah. Heck yeah. You slip on your evening attire, making your way downstairs to the dining hall. The four of you are getting seated when you arrive. Amber, so glad you could join us. Yes, well, Vlad and I spend every evening dining together, and I saw no reason for this to be any different. You shoot him a smile, and he returns it sly. Whatever the power dynamic at play may be, you firmly established your place among them. You look absolutely beautiful tonight, Amber. Careful, Bones. Oh, don't worry. There isn't a chance I'll fall for anyone other than Cat. But it is fun to get under your skin and to prove you care more than you let on. Bones gives you a subtle wink. You can feel Vlad's power reach out to read your mind. Almost instinctively, you begin blurring Friday in your head. What is this? You've never heard of Rebecca Black? Do you even go on the internet? Bones practically falls back in his seat, laughing. If you weren't a political ally, I'd burn you for this, Bones. Easy, Vlad. We're all friends here. Friends is a loaded term. But you're right. There will be no executions at dinner. You take your seat beside him, tucking into yet another lovely meal. The four discuss land management and spy tactics, nothing truly thrilling. Mercedes brings up a few possibilities of who could have sent Jackal after you, but nothing comes up certain. Still, by the end of dinner, you're feeling lovely and full. You excuse yourself politely around the same time, and the others do the same, heading back to your room to rest off the meal. It must have been a good meal. Once back, you slip into your regular attire once more. A knock on your door sounds, and you open to see Maximus waiting outside. Just making sure you're all right and to see if there's anything you need. Let's see, you deserve to know what I want to be. You deserve to know I want to be with Vlad. I'm good, thank you. I'm sorry for what. I'm going to say I'm good, thank you. I'm going to do that. Of course. I noticed you're back to helping aid me yourself. Well, yes, that was back when I thought I had a chance in winning your heart. I did not realize how far things had progressed between you and Vlad. Either way, you're his now. His? He offered you his blood, and you drank it. What does that mean? And there we go, people. So, there you go, another chapter. Pretty good, getting good. So as always, guys, thanks so much for watching. And we'll see you guys as always tomorrow. Have yourselves a great day. Thanks for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys later. Toodles! Alrighty, guys. It's time to finish it up. Here we go, people. The final chapter, 21 of 20. Alrighty, guys. We are back. Chapter 8 of 21. Once burned. Let's get right to it. So you're saying that I belong to Vlad now simply because I drank his blood? Think, Amber. This house has dozens of vampires. Vlad could have summoned any one of us to give you blood. Wow. He pauses for a moment, waiting for you to catch up. He gave you his blood instead. That makes you more than his. If he's branded by his name, he's branded his name onto you. But apparently Marty's been keeping me alive with his blood for years. If I belonged to anyone, wouldn't it be him? It's not about the blood, it's about the intention. Marty never tried to claim you, Vlad has. Earlier today, he rescinded his offer to let me court you. Oh, he gives a half-hearted shrug. As if I hadn't figured out for myself that you were his now. And if you care for your friend, you will never tell Vlad anything about thinking you belong to Marty. He'll kill him. Wow, Vlad wouldn't do that. I don't belong to anyone. I'm going to do that. I don't belong to anyone. Vladimir isn't just anyone. And regardless of how you might feel, he's a difficult man to resist. Where is he? I need to talk to him. He's detained at the present. Please stop the formal talk and tell Vlad that he needs to untain himself. That's not how this works. No one gives Vlad orders. When he's available, he'll see you. Having a fit in the interim won't change anything. He'll see me now. I say I'm not having a fit. I'm going to do right, of course, because I don't want to see him. It's good to see you understand. In the meantime, if you need anything, simply let me know. And just like that, Maximus departs. Vlad continues to be regrettably detained the next morning and afternoon too. So he's just ignoring me. Whatever. By the following evening, you've had enough. Vlad might not want to see me, but I'm not going to sit around here stewing any longer. You march through the lower levels of the castle until you run into Ben and the other humans. Hey, Amber. What's that? Nothing I want to talk about. I need to blow off some steam. Vlad's been giving me the cold shoulder. Let's do that one. That's more than we usually get at all. Still, it might make you feel better to go out clubbing with us. Wait, I thought she couldn't go out because of, He turns to you. Your condition. I can't dance with anyone? But I can drain my excess energy into something safe, keep my right hand holstered, and drink with whoever else is knocking them down back. That'll work. Well, then sure, I'm just glad you're feeling better. What was wrong with the bleeding? Tell the truth, keep it a secret. I'm going to keep it a secret. Oh, I've just been having trouble getting used to the different altitude. That plus not eating and pushing myself too hard in the gym had a nasty effect. No kidding, you were really worried about you. But you're doing better now. Oh yeah, in a major way. But I just realized I don't have any money and I'm not about to hit up one of Vlad's staff for some money. The group laughs. You don't need money. Vlad owns the town and we're his special plasma caboose. Everything is free for us, and as his guest, same goes with you too. He owns the whole town and the countries surrounding. Romania has communes, and while most people don't own the ones they oversee, Vlad has his own way of doing things, doesn't he? He does indeed. Your mind briefly flashes back to Vlad not telling you the implications behind drinking his blood, but you force the thought back. Let me get the let me just get ready, and I'll meet up with the rest of you soon. Sound like a plan. Okay. We're going to dance club. Vlad will no doubt see me at some point. I'll wear something. 17. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna go plain. That looks the best. Alrighty. This'll do. Looks pretty good, I think. Once you're all ready, the 5 of you pile into Vlad's limo, eager and excited for the night ahead. The limo driver gives you a smile as you enter. Nice to meet you, I'm Hunter. I haven't seen you around here before. That's because Vlad's been having me work in the background, making everything nice for you. Well, you've done a lovely job. I live to serve. Hey, Hunter, what's the holdup? Get an authorization. Authorization since when? Since me. If Vlad is going to forbid me from leaving, he should at least be available to speak with me in person. After about 10 minutes, the passenger side door of the limo opens and Maximus moves to sit beside Hunter. Did you really think you could sneak away? Hey, come on, big guy. What's the problem? The problem, Hunter, is that Vlad doesn't want her leaving unattended. So she's just supposed to stay locked away like some kind of damsel in distress? Maximus, I'm not allowed to go out. Let's do that. Not without a chaperone. A chaperone? Are you kidding me? Vlad has made it clear I am to follow you closely. Hey, it's cool. We all belong to Vlad. Not like she does. Great, now that you've marked your master's territory for him, can we leave? He nods at Hunter, and soon all of you are off. Sandra gives Damon a nudge. Hey, raise the glass. He presses a button, and soon the privacy glass is up, blocking off Hunter and Maximus from hearing the rest of you. Amber, tell us everything. Yeah, what happened between you and Vlad? I'll probably be a good idea to fill them in on what went on. Maybe they'll have some insight into what happened. Hell, maybe they could even tell me something that helped me understand Vlad better. I'm going to tell them. I got some gems here. Well, Vlad claimed me by letting me drink his blood. Apparently nobody else is allowed to try to date me now. I should have known something was up when Vlad came himself after you fainted. If any of us get sick or injured, we get sent a doctor, but we don't see him. Several murmurs of agreement followed that statement. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about it too much. There's a lot of symbolism in blood, but other than its healing properties, there's no magic to worry about. Still, seems like Vlad and his followers take symbolism seriously. Well, yeah, but if you're not feeling it, you just have to turn him down. Vlad's all about his pride. Yeah, and if you firmly shut him down, he'll cut you off completely. Then you don't have to worry about being claimed at all. Free to date whoever you want. But you won't hear from Vlad no more. Yeah, once you cut off, he's gone. Well, I don't know if I want that. Still helpful to know. I think I do want that. I want to cut him off. It doesn't take long for your group to arrive, and one by one, each of you flies out of the limo, and the carriage arrives safely and with an incredible amount of grace. No applause necessary. The last one out is Maximus, who moves up close behind you. You're my babysitter tonight? Call it what you like. Keep your distance while I appreciate the company. I'm going to do that. I appreciate the company. And I'm glad you're taking this so well. I guess I am. We're at the club. You head into the club surprised to see that on the inside it doesn't look different from the bars back home. Angie takes you to the coat room first before leading you to the bar and offering you a seat. So what will you have to drink? Red wine. Let's just do that. Classic. I like it. She turns and gives you your order to the bartender in Romania. The only word you recognize from the order is Vojevodina Prince, whatever that means. What did you say? I ordered you the drink and told him to put it on the prince's tabs. Does everyone know who Vlad is? In this town, many know, but few speak of it, and never to outsiders. Romanians revere their heroes of their history, and they know how to keep secrets. She slants a glance at you. As the object of the prince's desire, many would consider you a very lucky woman. It's the object part that I have the biggest problem with. And I'm glad, and I'm going to need a lot more to drink before I feel anything close to lucky. All right. After 6 more drinks, you and Sandra head out to the dance floor. Your 4 friends seem to get a kick out of forming a protective circle around you. Keeping your right hand glued to your side, you dance like you don't have a care in the world. Maybe things don't have to be all doom and gloom. Maybe it's okay to just have fun one night just for fun. That's when the boom sounds and the smell of smoke wafts into your face. What? It's Vlad. Another boom, this time shuddering the very foundation of the club itself. What could that be? What? Why would... Fire. Hunter, get out of here. Get her out of here. Your circle of friends disintegrates as the crowd scrambles towards the staircase. I should try to stick with the group. I'm going to do that. Just try to stick with the group. You do your best to keep up with the others, but the chaos of the club begins to overwhelm you. Flames and smoke crowd your vision as people trample and shove to get past. One woman brushes against your arm and lets out a scream as the electrical shock knocks her to the ground. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Something hard closes around your arm, whirling you around. We've got to get you out of here. He throws you over his shoulder, making a beeline for the door across the room. There are other people still trapped in here. You're important, they're not. If he's going to say more, he's interpreted as a figure crashed in through the window. If he's going to say more, he's interrupted as a figure crashed in through the window, sneering the two of you. Uh-oh, here we go. Ah, there she is. Vlad, we'll kill you. No, not if we kill him first. Hunter sets you down gently. Amber, run. Come now, Hunter. Let's see what you're made of. The young vampire lunges forward, a silver knife lashing out from his hand. Silver, these guys come prepared to kill vampires. Hunter falls back, taking a large gash across his chest. This guy's stronger and faster than him, and he has a weapon that could kill Hunter in an instant. With my powers, I can save Hunter. I hate to spend the gems, people. I'm gonna let him die, because he won't die anyway, probably. I need to get myself out of here. You scramble backwards, doing your best to get to the stairs. All around you, the smoke is getting thicker, making you cough as you blink to clear your gaze. You can barely make out Hunter and your assailant locking in a death match, the two clashing at supernatural speeds. Then Hunter falls back with a knife protruding from his chest. His features started to shrivel before your shocked gaze. Wow. The silver-haired vampire smiles at you. Alex, isn't it? He only knows me by my circus name. Let's see. I'm going to do who are you? A representative of an interested party. Someone a lot more dangerous than that idiot Jackal. Yeah, well, something tells me Vlad won't have any trouble toasting you too. And with that, you make a run for the door, but the silver-haired vampire grabs you by the arm. Oh, you don't give off quite a charge when I touch you. When touched, don't you? Oh, you do give up quite a charge when touched, don't you? I can do more than that. Get off me. I'm gonna say, get off me. Or what? Vlad's not here to save you. And it's not like you have a chance on your own. Flames crawl up the club's walls as if they have their own agenda, destroying all in their path. If I don't stop this guy, who knows who he'll hurt next. Maybe I can call on my powers and amp up the voltage enough to blast him apart. Shoot. I'm going to use my powers. What the heck? Let's use them. You pull forward every moment in your life where you've had to struggle. You remember the day your mother died and your father blamed you. The lack of support from your sister. How bad the accident hurt and how the effect it had on you since. Never being able to touch another, never being able to hold someone's hand. The loneliness, the isolation, not to mention the countless deaths and the untold number of visions. You can hear Marty now, a voice whispering to your ear as though you're back at the circus. Focus, Amber, you've got this. The energy builds up to a blistering point. Come on, focus. Hey, what are you? The energy explodes outward, blasting the vampire back into the smoke and fire until he disappears. You wait a second, but he doesn't reappear. You can feel all the pain coming back, the agony of overexerting yourself. I'm exhausted, just like in the gym, but I did it. I fought them off. Flecks of blood coat the ground beneath you. The last thing you see is smoke and flames coating your vision as you slip into unconsciousness once more. Wow. Alrighty, guys, that's the end of Chapter 8. We'll see you guys, as always, tomorrow with Chapter 9, as it continues to be just an amazing experience so far. So, as always, guys, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty, guys, we are back with Night Prince Once Burned. This is Chapter 9 of 21. Let's get right to it. See what we got. You come back into consciousness. Slowly, a wave of heat and fire washes over you. Crap, I'm still in the club. Those vampires attacked me and my friends here and set fire to the whole place. Looks like I've managed to lose them, but I don't see any sign of Maximus. And this place is still burning, meaning I'm still in danger. You try to stand, but a piercing pain shoots up your leg. As your eyes and pain sensors begin to adjust, you become aware of the broken chunk of ceiling over your leg. Crap, it must have fallen on me when I blacked out. Amidst the searing pain and the coughing, a moment of clarity hits you. No way I'm going to be able to get out of this by myself. I'm too injured to even stand, and let alone make my way through the rumble. And God knows who else is trying to kill me. I should call for help. Your voice cries out weakly through the smoke. Someone please help me. If anyone can hear you, they don't respond. Panic begins to rise, but you push it back. If I've learned anything, it's that panic doesn't help anyone. If only I had something of Vlad's, then I could link to him for help. But there's nothing. Unless, somewhere through the pain, an idea begins to form. A crazy, half-considered one, but a plan nonetheless. In a desperate move, you stick your right hand under your coat and begin to rub your lips. Please, oh please, let Vlad have felt something when he touched them the other day. If it meant anything to him, then he might have left some emotional essence, and I might still have a chance. So, here we go. What's this? As you touch your lips, the burning club vanishes, replaced by indigo sky. Amber, where are you? At the Van's club, the whole place is on fire. Why are you still inside? I'm hurt too badly to get out. Let's do that. His eyes close. When they open, they've turned a bright green. I'm only minutes away. Cover yourself with whatever is near and stay as close to the floor as you can. And most importantly, do not pass out. You drop the link, conserving what little energy you have left. Slowly you feel the last of your energy draining away, losing all grip on what you can hold on to. You lose track of time as you slip in and out of consciousness until eventually a form picks you up. You made it. I told you I would. Wow. Looks like we're in the bedroom. The flight back to the castle feels equal parts dreamlike and surreal. The smoke inhalation and blurred night sky creating something you can't fully put into words. However, instead of stopping at the second floor, Vlad flies you up to the forbidden floor, the fourth floor, depositing you in a room, stunning Gothic room. He lies on the bed, his strong arms putting you down with a trained gentleness. Then he bites his wrist and presses it to your mouth. Drink. You follow his command and drink. The erupting pain in your legs fade into a dull ache and then finally an odd itching. The coughing lessens too, and finally Vlad draws back his wrist and you fall back into the bed. Let's see. Let's do to the other guys or anybody else. Okay. If you're asking about your friends, then yes. However, some of the civilians weren't so lucky. They'll pay for attacking those under my protection. Do you have any other questions? I'm going to say no. Then tell me, how did you end up trapped in a club? Maximus was supposed to protect you. He wasn't able to fight them off. He shouldn't have been fighting them off. He should have been focusing on getting you out. I asked him to give me some space. There's too much confusion. They surprised us. We'll do that. And how did they manage that? Maximus was with you in case exactly that happened. If he was caught off guard, that's on him. We'll speak of more of this tomorrow, but for now, you need to rest. Not yet. We have some things to clear up first. Such as? Maximus said that I belong. Let's do that one. I like that. Indeed, a part of drinking my blood. I didn't agree to that, so forget it. He smirks just slightly. Is that so? He sits down on the bed, then leaning down to set his arm on either side of your face. You're acting as though I don't view you as an equal. But there's more than blood to tie us together. His voice is low, yet edged with palpable hunger. It seems to rub you in places you've only ever touched before, your anger fading under a flash of desire. Vlad caresses your face with light, sure strokes. You have to not try to close your eyes in bliss. This is our true tie. His breath falls hotly on your lips. You're meant for me, and I will have you. I'm going to push him away. You push back on his chest with both hands. I don't think so, boy. He simply smirks. Yes, perhaps this would be better pursued when you've had a chance to rest. He's gone before you have the chance to reply. How about that? He wants me. The next couple of days pass quietly enough. You have your meals brought to you in your room by Maximus, and Vlad spends what time he can with you. The vampiric blood you drank from him accelerates your healing process with blinding speed, and soon you're back to full health. It's your first day back at full strength. You're relaxing in the lounge, connecting with your room to Vlad's when he makes an appearance. Good evening. You feel his warm, strong hands slide down your arms and feel the rasp of stubble on your cheek. Inward, your mind strolls over what it would feel like to have those hands down lower. His teeth bare in something too predatorial to be called a smile. You'll soon find out. Not yet. I want to know what your end game is at first. To have you screaming my name within the hour. Those words makes your pulse pound so strongly that your neck feels like it's vibrating. Not until you tell me the catch to sleeping with you. The catch? Yes, the catch, cost, downside, or a thing that will make me say, oh shit, tomorrow when it's too late. Tell me now. He looks at you both amused and hungry. All the catch. To start, if you betray me with another man, I'll burn him to death in front of you. Let's see, that's a bit harsh. I expected that. Let's see, only if you hold yourself to the same standard. That's a bit harsh, we'll do that. Then you haven't yet begun to understand who I truly am. I take betrayal very serious. It matters not whether it is a betrayal of steel or flesh. I also don't want you pulling any of that "you're mine" garbage if things don't work out between us. If you ever want out, you just need to only say the word. But mean it, Amber, because once I leave, I'm gone forever. Vlad's eyes have an odd intensity as he talks, inhuman yet compelling. Right back at you, boy. Is that all? No. I can give you honesty, monogamy, and more compassion than you can stand, but not love. The emotion died in me long ago, as I suspect you might already know. We'll see about that. That works for me. I'm gonna do that works for me. Oh. I was worried you'd turn into one of those obsessed emo movie vampires, and that would be embarrassing for both of us. His laughter rings out through his lounge. Enough talk. He mutters into your lips as he lowers his head, kissing your lips. It's searing and lustful and everything you'd hoped it would be. With powerful arms, he lifted you up, covering your mouth with yet another kiss as he strides towards the door. This time the door to his own room. It only takes several of his long, swift strides before he sets you down on something soft. You close your eyes while kissing him, but when he pulls away, you open them to take in your surroundings. It's just as you remembered in your vision. The drapes, the decorations, the bed. You somehow here in person, the feeling of it, all the different. You gaze trails onward to Vlad himself. He removes his clothes now, and it stripes bare before you. Candlelight adores his bare skin, as though trying to caress it. He has broad shoulders, corded arms, thickly muscled legs, and a hard chest faintly dusted with hair. Your eyes drift down those tempting dark lines that trail the flat of his stomach before thickening once they meet his groin. Wow, age-old instincts flare between your legs, and you shiver with anticipation. This will be your first time after all. He leans in, his hot breath on your neck, his hands starting to undo your bra. I should stop things here. No, your hands stop his own. I don't think so. Oh, I'm just not ready. Not many have turned me down before, Amber. You're a rather intriguing individual. He dons his clothes once more. I hope for your sake that there will be another chance. A knock rings out on Vlad's door. He sneers. Yes? As you both expected, it opens to reveal Maximus. I take it you have important news? Urgent. We finished gathering the remains of the assailant at the club. Vlad actually smiles then. Excellent. What do we need the remains for? Why, we're going to track them down with your power, Amber, and finally find out who's been behind this whole mess. Wow. Alrighty, guys, that's the end of Chapter 9. We'll see you, as always, tomorrow. Chapter 10 of Night Prince 1 Once Burned. As always, guys, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty, guys, we are back with Chapter 10 of 21, Night Prince Once Burned. Let's get right to it. See what we got going on. Things in Vlad's castle have been in a state of frenzy since the attack on the club. The arrival of enemies bold enough to attack Vlad on his home turf is a new situation entirely. Both now that the remaining of the attackers have been gathered, it's time to begin a counterattack. To use my powers to find whoever was responsible. While you prepare, all your anemones and clothes have been moved into your new room. As you admire your wardrobe options, a knock sounds on the door. Hello? The door opens to reveal Maximus, who promptly drops to one knee. No apologies are adequate for my leaving you in danger. I have failed you, Amber. Is Vlad going to be angry? I'm just glad you survived. We'll have to be more careful. We'll have to be more careful in the future. I'll be nice. We will. Before we had no idea that Vlad's enemies had grown bold enough to attack him there. Now we know to be on our guard, even while at home. Where did you go after the fighting ended? I thought the silver-haired one took you. He escaped while I fought the others, so after I attacked them, I chased after him. He survived? I'm afraid so. I should have searched the bar instead of chasing him. You almost burned to death because of me. Maybe I deserved to. I didn't act when Hunter was in danger. Now because of me, he's dead. Your life was in danger. You did your best you could. Maybe. We can spend the day piling on guilt, or we can make it right by catching the bastards. Let's get them. Take me to those other vamp bones. You really should eat first. I guess you've got a point. I'll be using more of my powers soon after all. I can't count on Vlad's blood being the main thing to sustain me. But you want to. You've just about finished a large helping of eggs Benedict when Vlad strides into the dining room. You look ravishing as always, Amber. We can flirt when we've caught the men trying to kidnap me, so to you, I'm ready to find let's do that, I'm ready to find the puppet master. And somehow, with that, you look even more beautiful. Shall we begin then? The sooner the better. Maximus, come. We're ready. Maximus enters the dining room as Vlad sweeps your now empty dishes aside. The fire caused the building to collapse, so this bag contains random remains, but some are bound to be your attackers. Bag. Maximus empties the bag onto the table. Various charred human bones spill out. Look at this. We got some bones. Which should I start with? I think I'm going to start with the bones. That's what we're going to do. We're going to choose the bones. Dance club, past. As your hand touches the bones, images of a laughing girl named Tanya stream across your mind. The same girl who brushed your hand in her panic to get out and who you shocked to the ground by mistake. You dropped the link. I should never have gone to the club that night. If I'd stayed in, maybe that girl would still be alive. No, Amber. Her blood is on my hands. She was killed by my enemies. Even if you touched her out of sheer carelessness, without that attack, she would have survived. Don't worry, sins that aren't yours. Don't worry about sins that aren't yours. Thank you for saying that. I still feel partially responsible. The puppet master is truly the one to blame. I'll do that. Indeed. All the more reason for us to catch him promptly. As you reach out to touch the next skull in the pile, more colorless images flood your mind. The skull belonged to a vampire decapitated by Maximus, one named Cordon. and seeing his worst sin makes bile rise in your throat. You do your best to push past it, as well as his death, to see desperately what happened before that. Finally, after several minutes, you catch a scene that seems promising. Well, we got here a carpet. Past. We don't know where it's at. Cordon and the silver-haired vampire receive orders from a distinguished-looking man. Oh, look at that. I think I've got something. 2 of the vampires from the attack are getting orders, but I don't understand the language. I'm fluent in dozens of languages. Repeat whatever you heard. The boss speaks rapidly, and the language isn't easy to replicate, but you give it your best shot. Then he leaves the room, and you drop the link. Well, well, well. I believe you found our elusive puppet master. What was he saying? You were missing a few words, but I heard enough to determine that surveillance equipment in town alerted them to your presence. Once you were spotted, and his men were told that if they couldn't succeed in returning with you, they were to kill you. Do you have any more questions? I'm gonna go no. Before I wanted to catch this guy because then I'd be safe. Before I wanted to catch this guy because then I'd be safe. Now I want to make him pay for everything he's put me through. Tell me more, and you'll get your vengeance. Do you know where he's located? No. The surrounding was no use, wall-to-wall concrete, and not much else. Maximus finds out who the world's best sketch artist is and have him here by dawn. Understood. Maximus departs without another word. Is there anything we can do in the meantime? I'm going to pay Jackal another visit. Jackal, the vampire who kidnapped me with his gang while I was rehearsing at the circus? He's still alive? Of course. Where do you think Sharp Nail has been this whole time? I had no idea he'd been torturing Jackal this whole time. I believe with your powers we might learn something more useful than what we've learned so far. I should stay here alone. I'm too afraid to face Jackal. He might kill me. Vlad eyes you over. Disappointing, though, I suppose it's to be expected. I guess there's still a lot about this life I'm not used to. Perhaps, though, I suggest you get acquainted with more unpleasant aspects as quickly as you are able. I should have went there, but I didn't want to spend the gems. With some time to kill, you make your way back to your room, looking to rest before meeting the sketch artist. Probably going to have to use my powers pretty continuously to give a proper description. However, your vampiric lover has something other than rest in mind. Fancy running into you here. What's up? Shouldn't you be working? Not much to do before the sketch artist arrives. So I'm guessing we have a free moment? Oh yes, and I do hate wasting time. Particularly when something more pleasant can be enjoyed. You're looking to do something carnal. Without question. He tears off his clothes, not waiting for you to respond. You're up against the wall before you even realize what's happening. Hot breath trailing down your neck. There's something I've been meaning to try. His fingers trail down, stopping between your legs. I want to see how long you can go without climaxing. I wager you won't last 5 minutes. You want to see how fast you can make me climax. I'm going to do I'd rather not. How you like that? Oh. He seems surprised but doesn't push it. Your own hands trail his torso, barely able to stay away from his length. It isn't hard for the mind reader to tell what you're thinking. I see. You'd rather mix things up. Test my own endurance. See how long I can resist your touch. Wow. I should turn him down It ain't happening. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, then perhaps we can finish this the old-fashioned way. My bed awaits. My goodness, is this all this is? I'm turning him down, people. He looks disappointed but says nothing further about it. Very well, I will respect your wishes. Thanks, I just have a lot on my mind right now. Of course, I'll make sure someone comes to get you when the sketch artist has arrived. A few hours later, a knock on your door rings out. This time, Charbonneau is the one to come get you. Maximus and the sketch artist have arrived. They're ready for you in the library. Great, I'll head that way right now. The two of you reach the stairway landing when Vlad appears. Good morning, Amber. He plants a kiss on your lips with a smile. It's like we've never even done nothing yet, people. And he's doing all this other stuff. Good morning yourself. Charbonneau, let it be known that henceforth no one needs my permission to tell Amber where I am or where anyone else is either. If she has a question, answer it. You turn in time to see Charbonneau bow first to Vlad, then to you. With that, he walks away, disappearing into one of the many rooms in the house. What was that about? I guess we are ready. I guess we really are official. I'm going to do what was that about. My people will now treat you with the utmost respect. Just because we're together? It's an honored position. Very few have caught my eye to the extent you have. You're the first to sleep in the room adjoining mine. Is that to stop me from seeing visions of your previous lovers? You've never been this close with anyone else? Let's do that. He's hesitant. He hesitates. Once when I lived in a different home, but that was many years ago. Come, there's much work to be done. The sketch artist's name is Jillian. She awaits us in the library. Vlad gives you a slight flourish to her as you enter. Madame Lesvolia. Happy to make your meeting, Amber. Nice to meet you. It's clear from her appearance that the woman in front of you, all is human, which begs the question, how did Vlad convince her to work with us? She's mesmerized, Amber. Oh, okay. She won't hear anything that we don't want her to. That seems unethical. She will be returned to her home safely when all this is concluded. In the meantime, we acquire her services to catch the mastermind. We should probably get started. I'll describe him better if I'm holding the bones. Jillian pulls out a large pad and several charcoal pencils. Vlad grabs the bag. Okay, I've got to focus and make sure that I describe the puppet master as best I can. You reach out to take the bone from Vlad, following the trail back to where you saw the puppet master before. Past. Puppet master. He has short dark hair, square jaw. An hour of describing and drawing later, Jillian hands you her pad. Is this him? Yes, it is. That's pretty close. You pivot the picture so Vlad can see. Vlad, do you recognize him? He takes a moment to look at the picture of his brows drawn together. The only person I know that this picture resembles died a long time ago. Oh. Well, it's not an exact replica. I'll keep looking through the bones. Maybe there's a detail or two about him that I can describe better. Vlad calls Maximus into the room and hands him the picture. Make a copy and show it to Jackal. Find out if he's encountered this man before. As you wish. Maximus hands the drawing to a man at the door and says something in Romanian. You turn to Vlad. Haven't you already gotten everything out of Jackal you're going to get? Vlad gives you a shrug. Call it delusions. My father would love you. My fathers don't. Most fathers don't. Mine's a retired lieutenant colonel who swears that waterboarding is an acceptable interrogation technique. Another shrug from Vlad. Fire works better. Speaking of your family, I have a secure number you can give them. You should contact them soon so that they don't worry and report you missing. I'm not exactly close to my family. Guess it can't hurt. I'm not exactly close with my family. Let's do that. If they live and aren't out of your blood, I am sure they will still appreciate the news. Out of my blood. Vlad's smile is gone, his expression now flickering between regret and cynicism, whatever. Sometimes families bring no peace. The way he talks makes you think that a troubled family life might be yet another thing you and Vlad have in common. I bet Vlad and I could bond over our shared family troubles. Well, let's do that. Let's do it. Why not? You had a rough life, I take it? Vlad's lips curl into a terrifying smirk. You could say that. On many occasions, my younger brother tried to kill me. Once he thought he succeeded, but I was past mortal death by then. His mouth twists. Despite this, when Raziel died, I mourned him. Did you have a good relationship with your family? Alexander, my elder brother, was always good to me. When he was killed, I butchered those responsible. What about your parents? My father was murdered as well for his land and his power. As for my mother, I was an illegitimate child. I never met her. My father feared her presence in my life would have disrupted my chance to rule. Still, I like to believe she at least died peacefully. Family is always irreplaceable, even when they're also irreconcilable. What's that saying? Irreconcilable? I can't say it. Anyway, irreplaceable. I'm sorry. Irreplaceable. Irreplaceable, yeah, that sums up my mother. My Aunt Brenda took over raising me when my mom died. Not your father? He was often transferred all over the place as part of his duties as a lieutenant. Staying with my aunt helped stop Gretchen and I from having to uproot our lives every few months as well. Aunt Brenda was one to break the news to my dad that something strange had happened after my accident. You shake your head in a vain attempt to clear the memories away, finally setting on changing the subject. The man the picture reminded you of, the one who's dead, could he have a relative who looks like him? Or with a grudge against you? He has no biological family left alive. Are you sure? He's been a vampire for over 100 years. When he died, it was impossible for him to father children. Well, what if he didn't die? The man who ordered an attack on you just happened to resemble a vampire you used to know. What if he's still alive and he's not? Vlad's smile is chillingly pleasant. Mihaela, whatever, was the first person I ever burned to death. And there it is. That's the end of that. Well, alrighty, guys. That's the end of Chapter 10. As always, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys, as always, tomorrow with Chapter 11. Give that video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. Toodles! Alrighty, guys. We are back with Night Prince Once Burned. Chapter 11 of 22. Let's get right to it. Mihaela was the first person I ever burned to death. I don't know how to say that name. Anyway, the room falls, deathly silent. How can the man I saw in a vision, who's the person behind my kidnapping and the attack in the club, be dead? Could it be a mistake? Could someone be using his face? What do you think is going on? Let's do that. It is possible someone may be trying to use my past against me, or else there been some mistake. You're absolutely sure the man you saw resembles this picture? Yes. I'm positive that's him. There is much to consider here. He turned sharply to Maximus. Please escort our lovely sketch artist to a room she'll be comfortable in, and assure her she'll be paid well for her services. Of course, my lord. Maximus bows deeply, then escorts Julian out. Her glazed eyes and pleasant smile show that she's still deep under his vampiric trance. Still, you try to give her a polite wave as she exits the room. And now we're alone. Indeed. Even if Vlad's dismissive of the possibility that it's Mahala, I still think we should pursue this lead. And I'm curious what Vlad's past is with the guy, considering he's the first person Vlad burned to death. Find out more about Vlad's past. We don't have really enough gems, so we're going to let it go here. Maybe Vlad's right. It might not be related to him. After all, Vlad's sure he killed him. Vlad stares off, looking bothered, worried even, for the first time since you've met him. Are you okay? It's been a very long time since I've had to ever consider Mahala. It's left me unsettled. It might be nothing. Is there anything I can do? Get over it. It might be nothing. We'll do that. Either way, the puppet master is still out there. And regardless of if they are in any way connected to my old adversary, they pose a great danger. You've overcome great danger before. Perhaps you're right. Either way, worrying about it now won't do any good. My followers already have their orders, and plans are already in motion. Hopefully soon we'll be able to tighten the noose around the puppet master's neck. So what do we do in the meantime? His fangs flash frightening and stark in the light of the room. Well, my dear, I believe that's up to you. We could head to the bedroom. Should I? Well, I'm not going to do it. I've still not slept with him, so I'm going to keep it going. I think I just want some time alone. Understandable. You've been through quite an ordeal. If there's anything I can do, however, really, I just want some rest. Very well, I suppose I have business to attend to as well. He gives you that smile that both excites and worries you as he exits. Hours later, you head to the gym, where you heard the commotion of a familiar group. Is he really going to do it? No way, I think he is. Vlad's blood donors are huddled around a nearby window, staring intently out of it. As you approach, they turn to face you. Hey, Amber, how are you? That's right, the last time I saw this group, I almost died at the club after those vampires attacked. It's good to know they seem to have recovered from the fire, at least. Guess I'll have really had a chance to check back with them since. I'm a lot better. Glad you're all okay. I'm gonna say sorry I put us in so much danger. Oh, Amber, that's not your fault at all. Blame no one but those who attacked us. Frankly, I'm happy you made it out of there at all. What have you all been up to? You didn't hear the news? No, what news? Vlad's been impressed with Ben's tendency lately. Plus, he's been saying with everything going on, he needs more people around him he can trust. It's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. Ben will be getting made in the next year. Getting made, he's going to turn him into a vampire. Is that something you want, Ben? Let's do that. I mean, yeah, it's a big honor. Who wouldn't want to be made one? Just think about it. Next year, you'll be biting one of us. Just don't F up with Vlad or you'll be the next one harpooned on a pole. Hey, speaking of, we're going to miss it. I don't enjoy to watch things like this. I'm surprised you came to see, Amber. See what? See Vlad stick Maximus with a pole for leaving you behind in the club. Someone has to stop him. Maximus did nothing wrong. I better go talk to him. Talk to Vlad? I wouldn't recommend it. He tends to get angry if someone tries to undercut his authority. Well, I've got to try to stop him before he goes through with it. Wow, he's going to actually kill him? You don't even bother grabbing a coat, marching without hesitation to the side of the house, secluded by a tail line of trees. At least now I know why he grows the trees so thickly, to hide the poles he keeps here, poles for impalement. Amber, it's too cold for you to be out here dressed like that. Go back inside, I'll join you in a moment. You look past Vlad to see Maximus shirtless standing next to a bloody pole. Maximus. What's going on here? Order Maximus to protect you. Instead, his actions resulted in your nearly burning to death. Do you think I'd let him off with a tongue lashing? Vlad hands spark. I am the master of my line. No matter what you take on the situation may be now, how I punish one of my people for failing does not concern you. I should stop Vlad. Man, I don't know what to do. I'm going to let him get tortured, I guess. You're right. I'm sorry for questioning you. You matter a great deal to me, Amber. But if failure isn't punished, the whole structure of power could fall apart. He glances down, his expression concerned. Amber, your hand. You look down, seeing a sliver of electricity extended from it like a glittering icicle. You fist your hand, taking a deep breath as you attempt to shove your power back down. It's fine, my powers have just been stronger than usual lately. Maybe drinking your blood amped up my voltage. Vlad stares at your hand before casting a speculative look at Maximus. Then his attention returns to you and he smiles. What? Perhaps Maximus' punishment shall become twofold today. What do you have in mind? 30 minutes later, Maximus stands across from you in the hallway, now geared into full-fledged training room. In one hand, he holds a knife. It seems as though all your outbursts against Vlad has done is to acquire yet another punishment for Maximus, namely as target practice for you to hone your abilities. Needless to say, Maximus doesn't look happy. I'm so sorry, Maximus. All you did was fuel Vlad's anger. Now, Maximus, she's not the one who failed in her duties. Vlad appears behind you like a warm shadow. Now, Amber, channel your electricity into a ranged attack. See if you can do it. You give a quick apologetic look to Maximus, and he braces himself with a grimace. I hope this doesn't hurt him. Really? I would have stopped it, people, but I didn't want to spend the money on that, or the gems. So anyway, guys, there's another chapter. Alrighty, guys, that's the end of chapter 11. As always, thanks so much for watching. Give this video a thumbs up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow as we continue the walkthrough. Have a great day, and thanks for watching. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back with chapter 12, Night Prince 1 Once Burned. Let's get to it, people. The excitement continues. You stood up to Vlad after hearing he was going to impale Maximus for failing to protect you. However, all you got for your efforts was an additional punishment for Maximus, one that has him acting as target practice for your growing abilities. Now, Amber, channel your electricity into a range attack. See if you can do it. You give a quick, apologetic look at Maximus as he braces himself with a grimace. I hope this doesn't hurt him. Let's see. Does Vlad say using as much power as I can? Let's see. Hold back some of my power. Try to make sure Maximus doesn't feel any pain. Ask Maximus if this is... I'm going to ask Maximus if this is okay. Are you okay with this, Maximus? Trust me. This is far superior to the other punishments. With his consent, you let out a quick sorry before unleashing a low voltage blast. A pure white current shoots out of your hand, whipping across his wrist and leaving a small burn. Maximus barely flinches at the pain. Soon the flesh begins to heal as his vampiric powers kick in. Surely you can do better than that. With more practice, you'll be able to do this. He snaps the leather whip in his hands. It flashes out too fast for you to follow with your gaze, but the knife that was in Maximus' hand is suddenly several feet away on the floor. I could take his hand off if I wanted to, and this is an ordinary leather whip. You have the ability to channel one made of pure electrical energy. Wielded properly, you could cut someone in half, human or vampire. I doubt that. Vampires heal far too quickly. If you don't believe me you can do it, then you won't do it. Right, mind reading. Do you think my control over fire appeared the first time I manifested a flame? No, I honed my abilities until I turned them into a weapon they are today. Do you two need a minute alone? Vlad ignores him, grasping your hand instead. This could be a formidable weapon. You've only ever practiced suppressing your power, but where has that gotten you? Stop trying to get rid of it and bend it to your will instead. I'm trying, don't tell me what to do. What if I don't want to get stronger? I'm trying, let's do that. No, you're resisting. You fear their power despite the fact that is the only thing that can keep you safe. What do you mean? You want to survive, don't you? As you are most, vampires could overcome you. Right now, you hope whoever ordered your kidnapping hasn't spread word of your psychic abilities. If he has, you'll be very popular in the undead world. If that happens, you can stay helpless, relying on my protection forever, or you can learn to defend yourself. Your choice. Fine, I'll hone my powers into the best weapon it can be. First, you need to let go of your guilt over your mother's death. It's crippling you. You have no right. Your hand bats his own away. You stole that memory from my mind. I never shared it with you. As long as it continues to handicap you, I'll continue to bring it up. Wow. Something boils over in you. You can actually feel the current pulsing under your skin as if begging to be free. I'll show you handicapped. As if on its own, a massive bolt flies out of your hand. For a second, you manipulate control of it, then it lashes out, wild and unchained. Before you can stop it, it cuts through the main statue of the hall like butter. Oh no. Vlad's face is a mask at once terrifying and unreadable. Vlad, that's what you get. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to get stronger. Let's do that's what you get. Let's do that. What I get? That was perfect, Amber. Your powers are a formidable weapon, just as I told you. Now that you know what you're capable of, we'll keep working on it to improve it. And with nothing more than that, Vlad turns and heads down the hall. How about that? That's pretty cool. Having worked up a sweat during your afternoon training session, you retire to Vlad's bathroom for a shower. As you slip into the steam, however, you hear a familiar velvet voice just outside. It appears we both had the same idea to wash off after training. Oh no. What a fortuitous coincidence. You can see, just barely make out, his naked body through the steam and rushing water. He strides toward you, slipping into the shower after you. Not going to wait your turn? I'm many things, Amber. Patient is not one of them. Slowly his hand moves up your side, strong fingers sliding against your soapy body. Perhaps I could help you wash off. I got the gems. Let's just go ahead and let him do it. I'd love that. His hands drift upward to your hair, tangling through it, gently scratching your scalp. It's a gesture as comforting as it is scintillating. Then he leans against you, his scarred and powerful body pressed up against your own. The curves of your body slip easily into place against his. He is practically glistening amidst the steam of the shower. Then gradually his hand moves down to cup your breasts. We mustn't forget to wash here. His hot whisper in your ear elicits an involuntary groan from you. His hand, hard and rough, feels like heaven against you, covered in hot soap. And of course, one more place we have to get to. Down your body, his hand glides past your torso to your thighs. Then they slide between them. His thick fingers rub against your whatever needed back and forth. The glowing pressure mixes with bubbly hot water. You can't help but let out a gasp. Easy, kitten. We have to make sure you stay clean. Well, you're dirty too. You press your hand against his hardened torso. Every part of him feels like heaven. Your fingers play across his chest, then down his midsection until finding his happy trail. He lets out a groan as you rub against his hard cock. Just make sure you're keeping clean. You slide your hand up, giving a nice pump. Is that nice? Like heaven, though perhaps we should take things further. I think that's as far as we're going. Actually, I think you're clean enough. With a slight smile, you push him out of the shower door, but I still need some me time. Very well, I'll be waiting in the lounge when you're done. After you draw from the shower, you meet Vlad in the lounge. He's sitting on the couch, feet up, watching a vampire movie of all things on TV. Didn't know you were a fan of those. They never cease to amaze me. If we're not being portrayed as bloodthirsty, whatever that is, then we're filled with imbeciles whining about our lost humanity. Then you must love the cinematic retelling of your life. Most of them don't retell my life. They retell Stoker's fabrication, which bears no resemblance to me except for the mockery, and even that's incorrect. Dracula doesn't mean son of the devil. It means son of the dragon, as my father was known in his time. I'm sorry for bringing it up. Did he live in that time? I was making a joke. Let's do that. Perhaps, but I decided to answer in earnest. I have no reason to hide anything from you. He rises, walking over with the unhurried grace of a predator who knows his prey can't outrun him. You have the right to know about the man you've taken for a lover. I've not even done nothing with him yet. Much of the history written is false, but some things are true. Even my motives are often portrayed incorrectly. When he reaches you, he traces a finger from your elbow to your shoulder, a tingling sensation left in his wake. The firelight makes deeper hollows out of his striking features, and his cropperly eyes seem to hold their own inner flame. Go on. He speaks with a soft challenge. Ask me something. You glance away, both enticed and unnerved by the offer. Really, Vlad, I only know what the movies say about you, all of which you've confirmed as bull. I wouldn't even know what to ask. Liar, you have a questions, ask. I don't have anything to ask. A pity. Don't have no gems. Vlad looks at you as if he read your mind and heard the question you almost asked. You lean into him, your arm casually resting on his arm. Your own fingers slide down to interlock with his. Almost instantly, a vision begins, or more appropriately, a series of visions. I wonder why all of the times I've touched him, this is the one of the few times I've broken through. Perhaps his mind is already tracing over old wounds, or he's reminding himself to keep his distance. You feel love buried in the past, the passionate, real thing, not simple lust or desire. A singular will to give yourself entirely to another to protect them with all that you are. Wow, where are we at now? This is Vlad's past, so where could we be? Looks like he had a former lover, and once more you see a riverbank. In him you feel pain, the howl of loss, when everything you are has been taken from you. A small shake brings you back into reality. Amber, you're crying. What happened? Did you see? I saw you lost someone very important to you. He hesitates for just a moment. I did. Clara. Who was she? My first wife. We were wed before I was turned, and it was years later, while I was off fighting the Turks, that I met Tenoch. He was my sire, the one who made me the vampire I am today. He showed me what he was, turned me. He showed me what he was, turned me, and killed himself shortly after. I returned home intending to reveal what I'd become to my wife, but my actions on her battlefield had upset her. She thought I'd become too brutal. It seemed an inopportune time to tell her that I was no longer even human. I bet. I had to avoid her to keep my secret. I went off on another military excursion, and we were ambushed shortly before dawn. The sunlight proved to be a big problem. What? I thought sunlight didn't kill vampires. It doesn't, but new vampires are exhausted by it for a few months. I never knew that. I'm guessing you haven't spent much time among the newly turned. Not exactly. While I was fighting, the sunlight filled me, and my men thought I was dead. Little wonder, given that I was no longer breathing. I can see where they got the wrong idea. Word sent to my wife, who thought the Turks were on their way to capture her. I told her of my treatment under the Ottoman Empire as a boy. She decided she'd rather die than face the same brutality. Oh God, she threw herself from the roof of her home into the river below. That is where I found her after I awoke and returned to tell her I was alive. I'm so sorry. Don't be. It was a long time ago? It's clearly still affecting you, though. Maybe. He leans in, face entangled through your hair. But right now, here we have each other. His fingers trace down your spine, slipping under your shorts. Let's make the most of it. I'm not in the mood. No way. It doesn't feel right now. Especially after everything we've just talked about. I understand. I thought, they'll know that I will be ready for you, inevitably change your. Let's see. They'll know that I will be ready for when you inevitably change your mind once more. It's then that your mind traces across the one thing you've been able to glean after shifting through hours of memories. Something small and subtle, but perhaps just the breakthrough he needed. The puppet master. Yes. I saw something new about him today while putting in extra hours to sift through memories. He had a funky ring. It was kind of like yours. Like this. Vlad raises his ring for you to inspect. Yes, that's it. Yes, only it had a bird on the front instead of a dragon. What kind of bird? You think back to the ring? Oh, eagle, falcon, whatever. I think the bird was a raven, crow, eagle. I'm going to say, I'm not sure what it was. I'm going to say crow. I'm not sure. It was hard to tell since I only saw the ring when it was gesturing as he spoke. Vlad disappears into his room before you finish speaking. Moments later, he's back holding a torn page. There it is. Is this the image you saw? Yeah, that's it. Val mutters something in Romanian. What's wrong? You recognize the symbol. Isn't that a good thing? That ring bears the Cornelius family coat of arms. The last time I saw one like that, it was on the hand of Mahala, the man the sketch resembled. You told me you burned him to death, but the coincidences are piling up. Yes, they are. Dress warmly, we're going out. After more than an hour of flying, it feels as though you finally figured out the trick to it. Don't look down. The icy wind is hell on my eyes. Also, keep both arms around Vlad. Not like there's any chance of him dropping me, but the warmth from his body is the only thing stopping me from freezing. The two of you descend, and he finally lets you down. Why didn't we take the limo again? Because if somebody's watching the house, we don't want them to see where we're headed. You take a moment to take in the surrounding architecture. The royal court of Targostova. I never thought to return here, but this is where I buried Raziel's remains. I'm surprised you gave him the dignity of a burial. Where is he? Why here? The heart of my empire, where his allies couldn't reach the body, where I'd hoped he'd been forgotten. By the time it came for us to move, I'd all but forgotten him to move him. This is where you lived when you were a prince, right? He gives you a brief, jaded smile. Not for long. My time as Volvada was spent trying to keep Wałchala from falling to her enemies. It left little room for relaxing at my court. He starts walking towards the tower, hopping over a half-crumbled wall and holding out his hand for you. You give him a look, leaping over the wall with the same ease as him. Former gymnast, remember? I do, but not because you told me. You never speak of your time before the accident. Walked right into that one. I'd love to hear about it if you're willing. The only way we'll go closer is if we are open with each other, and he was open with me about his ex-wife earlier. I don't have the gems, honey. Shut Vlad out. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can do that. Don't you already know most of it anyway? What with the mind reading? I can only read your surface thoughts, not your buried memories. And recently you've learned to block me out anyway, haven't you? You're at the perimeter of the tower now. Sagila sword struck here when he attempted to take my head off. He indicates a crack you hadn't noticed until he taps it. Then he rises, pivots, and takes 6 long strides before he kneels again. And here is where I buried him. He begins clearing the snow, his powerful hands cracking through rock and ice like nothing. A few minutes in a taller pile of dirt later, Vlad lets out a grunt before hoisting a bone upward. Oh, look at this. Right where you were supposed to be. Seems like proof Zagala can't be the puppet master. Still, you hold out your hand. Let me make sure. Vlad arches his brow, but then places the bone on your palm. Now's the moment of truth. Time to figure out if Vlad's oldest enemy really is dead or if he's the one orchestrating the attack against Vlad. And there it is, people. Another chapter coming to an end. So once again, we keep Vlad off of me. We've not done anything yet. And anyway, that's pretty much it, guys. So there's another chapter. Alrighty, guys. As always, thanks so much for watching. And we'll see what happens tomorrow as we're getting closer and closer. We're over halfway done now. So as always, guys, thanks for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day now. Alrighty, guys. We are back with Night Prince, Chapter 13 already. Let's get right to it. See what we got. You've been looking for the person behind the attack at the club. In a vision, you saw the face of Zagila, Vlad's oldest enemy. But Vlad insists Zagaga, whatever his name is, Zigigai, can't be the puppet master because he burned to death decades ago. To prove it, Vlad dug up his body of bones. You still aren't convinced. Time to figure out if Vlad's oldest enemy really is dead or if he's the one orchestrating the attack against Vlad. You grasp the bones with both hands and focus on the essence contained within them. See what we got here. Past. At once, echoes of the man's agonizing last moments wash over you. He's been burned to death, all right, but you don't see Vlad's face in the flames. You see the puppet master. It's him, people. A name keeps reverberating throughout the memories, Joseph. You snap back to reality, Vlad holding you as close as you let out a scream. What is it? What's wrong? The body doesn't belong to him. It belongs to a man named Joseph. Zigala faked his own death, which means he's still out there, Vlad. He's still hunting you. How about that? A couple hours later, you sit in Vlad's lounge. You've been trying to use the bones to find Zagadagi in the presence, but so far you've been unsuccessful. Anything yet? I'm trying my best. I'll do that. It's likely, Zagagi's path has likely done his best to keep you out, so he's blocking me. I can't believe he's still alive. Or that he was able to fake his death so effectively by killing another. Come on, Amber, you can do this. You give one final push and... Let's see what we've got here. One final push. Here's his past. Finally, you break through. Uh-oh, there he is. Got him. His eyes snap in your direction. How unexpected. He's looking right at me. This feels familiar. Got him right where I want him. Let's see. Vlad would have told me. Let's do this. I got him right where I want him. I'm afraid you have this backwards. You've just stumbled into the spider's web. Crap. You speak out loud to Vlad instead of Zagiga. We have a problem. He's like you, Vlad. He can hear him. He can hear me in his mind. Of course he can. Vlad mutters a curse as Zagiga tries to pull information from your mind. Let's see, can't keep him. I ain't got enough gems to keep him out, people, so you know what that means. That means I'm going to have to let him read my mind. Too bad, so here we go. It's not until now, being face to face with Zagiga, that you realize just how far Vlad mind reading powers can stretch, and how much he held back. It's not a simple tracing over your mind, the kind that could be easily blocked out with an annoying tune. Rather, Zagiga comes at you with a full-on assault. Very interesting. Get out of my head. You are the one intruding in my home. It is only polite as an uninvited guest to bring with you a present. And I see you've brought a few. For instance, who might this be? You can feel him drawing images of Marty out of you. Asshole. I can tell you care about him a great deal. A shame. After all, now that I know his face, I'm afraid something might happen to him. When it does, know that it was your fault, your reward for being weak. Vlad's voice cuts through the conversation. What's happening? I can't resist his powers. He's reading my mind like an open book. Vlad grows silent for a moment. I had hoped you would be strong enough to block him out. This isn't good. Can you tell where he is at? No, he must have known I'd come looking for him. He's in the same windowless concrete room that I saw when he ordered my attack. There's nothing in it but a big fur blanket. Even his clothes are average. You can't tell anything from them. Alex, give Vladimir my best, won't you? Vlad's going to kill you. Why are you after Vlad? I'm going to do why are you after Vlad. Our feud is quite old at this point. Suffice to say, we both stand firmly in each other's way. Seems like you're in a much worse position than he is. We shall see. But what I don't understand is why you serve him. Serve him? You are working for him, no? We both want you dead. We love each other. He doesn't own me. I'm doing that. You live in his home. Do as he says. He even feeds you and clothes you like a child or a servant, and in return, you do as he asks. It's not like that. Zagiga's expression hardens into a merciless one you recognize from the other people's memories. You believe that Vlad will let you go. Is he pretending to be kind? I've seen that act from him before, but only fools fall for it. You could still be on my side. You want me to join him? I bet I can use that to gain more information, like how he's alive with Vlad. Vlad claimed he burned him to death. I don't have the gems, so we can't do it. Drop the link. You should accept my offer while you still can. Next time, I won't ask so kindly. Noted. And with that, you drop the link. There we go. Once more, you find yourself in Vlad's lounge. Sharpnel vigorously pacing in the background. Sharpnel vigorously pacing in the background is the first to speak. How is Zagiga even still alive? The question hangs in the air among the three of you. We know he swapped out a corpse at some point before the burial, but you killed him yourself, Vlad. How did he survive that? It's still unclear at this time, however, we're able to figure that out before we meet again. Otherwise, whatever dirty trick he used might serve him twice. There's one thing I don't understand. Why would Zagiga wait so long to come after you? After I believe him dead, I hunt down every last member of his line, not to mention his friends and political allies. It would take centuries for him to build his support network back up, let alone one large enough to take on me. If he came after me alone, he'd be slaughtered. Why is he trying to let's see, what is he trying after all this time? Could there be spies in your operation? Let's do that. Most likely. Though it's doubtful it's anyone in my close circle, particularly after the rigorous testing I do. Still, there are many on the outskirts who may have eluded my gaze. You have the gift of future sight, right, Amber? Sometimes, if I have the right thread to follow. Is there any chance you could use that here? Find out what lies in the future for Zagiga. It might be our best chance at surviving whatever he has planned. Vlad looks at you, not saying a word. He seems to be waiting for your reaction, clearly uncertain himself on the limits of your powers. I don't want to let everyone down, especially Vlad. Plus, looking into the future could help save our lives if I follow the right memory. I'm not strong enough because I don't have the gems. I'm sorry, future sight is a rare thing, and sometimes I have little to no control over it. I doubt I could make it happen even if I tried. Sharp now looks disappointed, but you say nothing. No matter, we have enough to get started now. We simply have to remain vigilant, moving forward same as we would otherwise. Charnel, notify the guards to pick up Amber's family and bring them here. The massive, bald vampire nods and leaves. My family, why? Zigaga asked you to betray me, you refused. His next attempt is to turn you to his side. He will involve taking the ones you love hostage. We must bring them here for safety. My family won't come here. How would hurting my family help him? Let's do that. It's how he works. He'll hurt them to get to you. And then he'll hurt you to get to me. How are you even going to gather them? You don't even know my nice name, let alone my family's names. Amber, I extracted your full name, your father's name, your sister's name, and their locations from Marty. It only took me about 10 minutes. If Zagaga gets his hands on anyone you know, I doubt it will take him more than 20. You tortured it out of Marty? No, I told him if he didn't tell me what I wanted to know, I'd ask you next. You used his love for me against him. It doesn't take much to figure out why Vlad wanted to know about your family. No wonder you know what move Zagaga will make next. What are you talking about? And there it is, people. The end of chapter 13. Great chapter. Great. Alrighty, guys. That's the end of chapter 13. As always, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Give that video a thumbs up. Have a great day now. Toodles! Alrighty, guys. We are back with Once Burned, chapter 14 of 21. Let's get right to it. The man who attacked the club is Vlad's old rival, Mahala. After learning this, Vlad ordered his men to bring your family to the castle for safety. I can't believe Vlad told Marty he's going to kill me if Marty didn't tell him about my family. No wonder you know what move Zagala will make next. What are you talking about? You two think exactly alike. You were going to use my family as insurance against me, changing my mind about helping you. Using my family against me just like you used me against Marty. His silence is damning confirmation. I should slap Vlad. Let's do that. Yeah. You slap Vlad across the cheek. The crack echoes through the room loud and clear. But nothing changes in Vlad's expression. Nothing except for a bright red handprint that quickly fades. You stand up ready for Vlad to say anything to try to stop you. Instead, he remains deathly quiet, watching to see what you'll do. I should have known better than to trust you. You leave the room without looking back. Later that night, Maximus finds you in the library. You spent a few hours waiting for Vlad to apologize, but he never arrived. How are you feeling, Amber? Still angry. I understand things become difficult when family gets involved. Vlad crossed the line, no doubt about it. It's actually your family that I've come to talk to you about. Vlad has made all the necessary arrangements. This is going to go over great. Well, that's just it. Before they are escorted here, I thought perhaps you might want to give them a call. A call? Vlad is a powerful man with many assets, but his skills towards decent delicacy are somewhat lacking, especially with those not of our kind. I figured you might wish to let them know what's going on from your end to ease the transition, or at least get the chance to talk to them before Vlad does. I can get you in contact with them. Let's do does Vlad know about this? If he didn't, I wouldn't be bringing it up. Anything to ease the transition of his new guests. Guess you've got a point there. Still, I don't even want to bother my family, and I have never been close. Then again, their lives are about to be uprooted. They might be pretty pissed if they're not given at least some kind of warning. So I got some gems, people. And I'm gonna save them. Even though I got them, I'm gonna save them. I'm gonna leave them in the dark. I don't even know what to say. Understood. With a curt bow, he exits. You don't hear from Maximus again until he enters your room the next morning, bringing your breakfast as well as news. Sharp now called, your family will be here soon. There's some relief in that at least. Maybe Vlad's reasons for keeping tabs on my family was shitty, but at least here they'll be safe. Ever since I learned Zagala might be after them, I've been hard to do anything but worry. It's been hard to do anything but worry. You finish your meal quickly and walk over to the closet. Should I wear the same thing or mix it up? I'll go with... I'm not a big fan of always wasting gems on clothes. That's pretty neat, ain't it? Let's go with... I'm going to go with modest. Don't see no reason to waste gems on clothes. I really don't. When you reach the entrance, Hall Vlad's waiting for you. Hello. Suddenly nerves complete with your simmering anger. I hate how good he looks. Oh my goodness. He cocks an eyebrow as you approach, and you instinctively blast a song in your head to keep him out. His lips curl down at your choice. And you accuse me of practicing cruel and unusual punishment. That's not funny. I hear my family be here soon. Let's do that. Indeed, my people have already set about preparing everything for their stay. The one thing to cool your temper at Vlad is the realization that soon you'll be face to face with your family. It's been forever since I've seen my dad or sister. I wonder what they'll think of me, or if they'll treat me like a... Your hands unconsciously trail down your side, still dangerously to human touch. A freak. You're not a freak. Crap, I dropped my guard. Forgot to block him out. Every part of you is beautiful, Amber. Oh my goodness. One day you'll come to believe that. I'm going to say thank you. Just be nice. Just stating a fact, I'm surprised at such a warm response. Just because I'm mad doesn't mean I can't appreciate you being kind. Vlad doesn't respond. Instead, he pulls out a long, flat box from inside his coat for you. It looks like a jewelry box, and from the size, something big is inside. I think you'll find them useful. Useful, so it's not jewelry. I wonder what it could be. I'm gonna accept his gift. You flip the box open? Oh. Inside are a pair of long brown gloves, one slightly thicker than the other. Oh, look at that. You touch them, blinking in amazement. Specialized rubber. The material is thin, but I assure you, I'm assured that the glove can repel up to 12,000 volts. I could grab someone's hands without fear of harming them, fiddle with electronics without causing a short circuit. This can change so much for me, and they look great. You reach out gingerly, placing the gloves over your hands. This is such a considerate gift. It means so much more to me than flowers or jewelry ever could. You've given me the world, Vlad, the ability to touch everything I've missed out on. He shrugs in an attempt to bet modesty. It only made sense. I had the resources to make things easier for you. Of course I had to at least try. Besides, they look great on you, just as I knew they would. It's at that moment that a familiar voice cuts through your thoughts. Look at this huge effing place. Your sister Gretchen enters, escorted by Charbonnel. She manages to look around in awe while also marching forward at an angry clip. Finally, she stops in front of you. What kind of cluster F have you gotten us into now? Hello to you two. Your voice catches as you see the man behind her. Though he used a cane, his arm of tempered toughness remains the same. Just what the hell is going on here? My daughter and I are uprooted from her home to God knows where without a single explanation. And now we find you here in is this some kind of prank? This isn't a prank, Dad. You look at Vlad for help. Pleasure to meet you, Hugh. My name is Vlad. Like that's going to help. Couldn't you at least come up with a fake name? Hello. Hopefully the historical significance will go over their heads. But what do I tell them? It's not like I can just tell them we're in the company of vampires. Quickly, you do your best to fabricate a believable lie. I witnessed a mob murder. Vlad here is in the Romanian Witness Protection Program. Seems a lot different than the American version. Maybe Vlad can explain better than I. I'm going to go ahead and say that, yeah. He flashes you a grin. No, you're doing a splendid job. Your father frowns, clearly unhappy with how things are progressing. How long are Gretchen and I supposed to stay sequestered with you? There it is, the $1 million question. We're not sure. Maybe a couple weeks, maybe a few months. You can't expect me to put my life on hold for that long. I have a job, friends, plans. Lower your voice. Your sister stops talking, but her glare continues. What if we elect not to be sequestered with you? What then? You'll be captured, tortured, and eventually killed by the people after your daughter. Your mouth falls open at his bluntness. I still have top-level connections. Amber can be protected back in her own country. With her abilities, you know better than to expose her to your government or military. She'd never see the outside of a covert research facility. Your father turns back to you. He knows what you can do. He won't tell anyone. I had no choice but to tell him we'll do that. Either way, this isn't good. Who's to say he's only better than the feds back home? Who's to say he's any better than the feds back home? Hell, he could just be using you for what you can do. I want to speak with whomever is in charge of your sequestering Amber. You are. Then I want to speak with someone else. I'm sure we can arrange that. We'll talk more at dinner. Until then, I'm sure you want to unwind, unpack, and freshen up. Sharpnail, please show our guests to their rooms. This is so messed up, Amber. You don't know the half of it. It is messed up. As soon as your family is out of the sight, you and Vlad head upstairs. Once you're inside the lounge, you turn to Vlad as he hangs his blazer on a chair. Vlad, can we come with some sort of compromise? You owe me an apology. We can't keep fighting while the family is here. Let's do that. I have no intentions of fighting. Because of my actions, your family is saved from Zagala, yet you still demand that I beg your pardon. I get that you come from a time when using a person's family as blackmail was all the rage, but it's not cool to do in the 21st century. Seriously, how is this surprising to you? Do you know the last time I let someone challenge me in front of my people without retaliation? You're changing the subject. He moves closer to you. Outside of you, there hasn't been a single instance. To do so risks the ability of everything I've built. It allows cracks of weaknesses my enemies could slip in. You've seen the scars on my body, but not all of them from battles. Many were from when I was imprisoned as a boy and repeatedly beaten. In the century since, I've sworn never to lose power again. Yet you stand up to me repeatedly and I do nothing. If you don't find sufficient apology in that, then you don't know me at all. A tense beat goes by. Swear to me on whatever you consider holy that you will never harm anyone I care about. If you can do that, then this has to if you can't do that, then this has to end, Vlad. His head bends, the rough silk of his stubble grazing your cheek. Unless they try to harm me or mine, I swear it. A vow with conditions, but everything has conditions with them. You close your eyes as he grazes your neck, his lips sliding across your skin. Meanwhile, his strong, scarred hand cups your face. The touch of his tongue sends delicious shivers through you, and you move closer, grasping at him. It's time, let me taste you. He gently presses his fangs against your skin. How will it feel? Better than sex. I should let Vlad drink my blood. A brush of teeth makes you grasp. Fangs press against your throat, their hard, extending length, adding friction, both threatening and carnal. The pressure of his mouth increases. Tongues, lips, and fangs manipulate your most sensitive spots. Soon your heart is pounding and you're rubbing against Vlad with a need you can't articulate. Another rumbling noise comes from within him. The sound is so primal that your nipples scrape painfully against your bra, and you ache with desire. Then his fangs slant tips, pressing against your neck instead of their length. Skin breaks under those sharp points, and a long, harsh gasp escapes your lips as the fangs penetrate deep. That gasp turns into a moan at the sensation that spills over you. Heat seems to pour from his mouth, flashing through your veins to envelop your whole body. You feel feverish while the most unexpected surge of pleasure makes your head fall back and your knees weaken. This is stronger than morphine and more erotic than foreplay. Your pulse throbs under his mouth. Then when Vlad draws in, that first long suction rapture shoots from your neck to your crotch. What in the world? The intensity is so great that your inner muscles clench and you almost come. Something like groans sounds against your throat. You taste even better than I imagined. Oh my goodness. His hands slide through your hair and draws your head farther back. Another suck sends your pleasure cascading through you. Everything around you seems to fall away, narrowing your world to nothing but the sensation. Strength abandons you, and you would dissolve it if it wasn't for the steely grip holding you. Another suck makes your panting break on a cry, and you dig your nails into his back. You claw deeper and more feverishly in your growing need. Vlad, we should stop with this. I don't want to spend more diamonds anymore, and I won't be able to stop myself. Are you sure I could? Suddenly, Vlad turns his head. Do you want me to kill you? You blink in confusion, but then you hear Maximus on the other side of the door. You'd kill me if I didn't interrupt with this information. Vlad lets out a harsh sigh. Wait here, Amber. It must be important or he wouldn't dare disturb me. If it's not, I'll kill him and return to you directly. I can't tell if he's serious or joking. With that, he flings open the door to face Maximus. This had better be good. The door shuts behind them and you close your eyes, taking several deep breaths. Less than a minute later, it reopens. What's wrong? Vlad strides over you, genuinely worried, plastered across his face. You need to come with me. Wow, what an episode. Alrighty, guys, so there you have it. We had some gems to use this episode. I watched one of their apps on Pluto or whatever, and it gave me 120 gems. So we have 96 or 98 gems to use the next 6 episodes. So there you have it, guys. As always, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you next time. Have a great day. Alrighty, guys, we are back with Once Burned, chapter 15 of 21. Let's get right to it. Vlad leads you down the dungeon. This part of the house doesn't give off heat, and your breath rises in white plumes. Vlad places his hands over your shoulders, the warm heat from his body flowing into yours. What's going on? It's Marty. He's gone missing. He stopped checking in, and nobody in our network has any idea where he is. Let's see, where was he lost? This is my fault. Let's do that. We had him checking out a few potential leaks. Unfortunately, there are any number of spots he could have been disappeared. All we can do is hope he's still alive. So what are we even doing down here? Because of you, you're able to follow someone's essence based on things that they've touched. Particularly, if I understand correctly, when there is an intense emotional reaction at the time of contact. That's right. Well, Marty was questioned down here when he first arrived. By question, you mean tortured. I doubt we're likely to find a stronger emotional reaction. If you touch his bindings, you may be able to find him. As the three of you walk, you pass Jackal still chained to the wall. Oh, look at that. He's not dead yet. He deserves worse. He's not worth my time. Let's do that. Not after what he's done. Fortunately, he's not the one we're here to see. You follow Vlad into a cell. Guess we're here. Vlad removes a set of handcuffs from the wall, holding them out to you. This is going to hurt like hell. Whenever I link up to a memory, I have to personally relive it. I regret that this is necessary. Let's get this over with. Don't stay any longer than you have to. You reach out to touch the handcuffs, and your bare hands are met with blinding pain in response. It's unclear how long, you scream. Your throat is burning by the time you regain control, enough at least to distinguish reality. As you realize you're enveloped in Vlad's arms, you instinctively push backwards. Get away. He releases you so abruptly, you fall to the floor. Should I help? The question isn't directed at you, but you answer it all the same. No, give me a minute. You stand up, stumbling for just a moment. Vlad holds out a hand to stop you as you brush his outfit. A scene begins to play. Here we go. Vlad's past. It's a scene of something emotional and important to Vlad, something that happened recently, something he hasn't shared with you. I should find out what happened. Let's find out what happened. Vlad stands in his room, stark naked. Oh no. He's in front of the closet on the far side of his bedroom and feeling nervous. Can that be right? Vlad is never nervous. He pressed a button and row upon row of clothes whirled by, some casual, some formal, and a few so ordained they're clearly only meant for ceremonial events. You can hear his thoughts, know what he's thinking. I can't meet her family wearing just anything. She deserves better than that. Finally, he puts out the outfit that he wears currently. This will do. Perhaps the gift will also help soothe her ire. Their completion comes not a moment too soon. The image fades, replaced by Vlad's looming over you in a dim light of the dungeon. You're dressed up to meet my family? What? How can you be the same person that did all those other things? You're not just versatile and complex. It's like you're two different people. He kneels next to you and embered sheer and compassing his eyes. Sheer encompassing his eyes, whatever that means. We're all more than the sum of our sins. You know that better than most of us people, Amber. Then he holds out his hand to you. You stare for a second before finally taking it in your own. Thanks. No choice on the outfit, but nice choice on the outfit, by the way. You could have chosen, but honestly, I didn't. Let's do that. Let's just do that. Nice outfit. You look great in this. Of course I do. You walk back over to the handcuffs with a shudder. The second time is always easier. You grasp them once more, this time fighting through the pain to find the essence trail. Marty's present. Once you do, you concentrate until everything falls away. Did I do it? At first, it seems as though you haven't still surrounded by the dimly lit walls, but then you see him. Oh, Marty is here. Vlad's voice cuts through the vision. Can you see anything? Marty's been taken captive. I'm in a dungeon like yours will do that. Is that so? I wonder if... That's when you see the two other figures in the room. Mahala, no surprise there. Of course he'd be the one behind this. When I failed to keep Mahala out of my mind, he pulled an image of Marty from me. Oh God, this is really all my fault. You look over to the other figures. Oh, look here. It's the vampire who attacked me in the club. He must have survived somehow. Crap, I thought for sure he went down in that blaze. That means everything he learned was relayed straight back to Zagala. I'm going to end the vision. I'm not going to waste no more gems. Last thing I need is to risk tipping off Zagala. Sorry, Marty. I promise we'll find you as soon as we can. You cut the vision, returning to Vlad's dungeon. Are you okay? Yeah, it was close, but I got out of there. Let's head back to the lounge, Amber. We have much to discuss in private. You don't waste much time once the two of you are behind closed doors. So what's the plan? How do we get Marty out of there? We wait. You don't want to rescue Marty? I can't let my friend be hurt. Let's do that. Many more will be hurt if we don't take our time. We will blunder into every trap he has laid without proper preparation. You wouldn't abandon one of your people to his fate, so don't expect me to respond any differently. If we rush in now, we'll get ourselves and Martin killed. I know, You can feel a wellspring of emotion stirring inside you. Vlad notices the change in your expression and moves in quickly to comfort you. I'm here for you. open up to Vlad, let him comfort me. I hate to waste these gems. I'm going to need them in the next few chapters. I'm not going to do that. You push back at him with a rough shove. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do something. He takes a moment to compose himself before answering. What we need is patience. Time enough to sniff out who might be helping Zagala. Any ideas who that might be? I have my suspicions, but nothing concrete yet. Can I just link to Zagala? Maybe try to talk to him more or pump him for more information. You do that and you'll be playing right into his hands. What are we talking about? What are you talking about? How does talking to Zagala help him get to you? I'm afraid this isn't just about me anymore. Why do you think he took Martin instead of just killing him? He already knows where I'm located and a rough estimate of my defenses. That won't help him get to me. He plans to torture your friend to a level designated to break you. You're linked to Zagala and he'll make sure to do just that. You mean? That's right, Amber. This isn't just about me and him anymore. He's going to get you. He's doing this to get to you. And that's how it ends. Wow. Alrighty, guys. Another episode comes to an end. We'll see you as always tomorrow. Episode 17 of 21. Oh, 16 of 21. So as always, guys, give that video a thumbs up. See you tomorrow. Toodles! Alrighty, guys. We are back with Chapter 16 of Night Prince Once Burned. Let's get right to it, see what's going on. As you stroll through the halls of Vlad's manor, your mind buzzes with everything that's happened. 2 ancient vampires are out to kill each other, and thanks to my powers, I'm caught right in the middle. I thought things were bad enough when my family got involved, but now Marty has been kidnapped too. That means the Zagala is out to get me, and if I try to contact him, he'll torture Marty to break me. Vlad has left you alone for the time being. I know Vlad said he had some things to attend to before dinner, but I think he realized I needed some time alone. My emotions have been through the ringer lately. Amber, your father comes up from behind you. We need to talk. About what? What are you doing? Can't it wait until dinner? What about? What do you think about all this? He gestures around to the surrounding halls. You have no idea the danger you're in. Danger? Crap, what reason did I tell him we need to stay here again? The government is after my powers. I'm in Romania, witness protection because of a bomb threat. The government is after my powers. That's what it was. Government? You told me you were hiding out from criminals and witness protection. So I thought it was right that they were connected to higher-ups in the government. Your father looks unconvinced but continues on. Look, that's not what I'm here to talk about. Vlad's not who he says he is. Vlad is an alias and a twisted one. His name is alias, okay. I know you must care for him, but when I ran his name through my contacts, I found something terrible. What did you find? Well, for starters, he doesn't work for witness protection. The man goes by Vladivos Basibar. He is heavily involved in organized crime. My contacts advised me not to investigate him further or I might disappear. Organized crime, guess that's one way to describe it. That is, if you don't know that vampire hierarchy predates most laws. Dad, Your words are interrupted by the sudden appearance of Charnel. Is there a problem? Your father places a firm hand on Sharpnail's shoulder. You bet there's a problem. My daughter and I are leaving. Sharpnail's gaze lowers and a slight glint appears in his eyes. Dad has no idea what he's messing with. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to save them gems. You have 2 seconds to take your hands off me. Or what? 1. I fought in the army. I'm not afraid of you. 2. Sharpnail hoists your father up by the throat with supernatural speed. Sharpnail, drop him. Vlad strides in with a collected fury as Sharpnail obeys his command. He laid his hands upon my person. Enough, you may leave. Sharpnail bows and vanishes, moving with supernatural speed out of the room. Hugh clutches at his throat, struggling to breathe. What the hell is going on? I can't just tell him the truth, can I? I'll honor whatever decision you make, but the truth is always better than a lie, even when it's the more difficult path. He'll tell people. No, he won't. He's smart enough to realize that repeating such information is futile. Well, the only person who believed him are others of my kind. Your kind. Vlad directs the next part of his commentary at your father. And my kind don't suffer whistleblowers or fools. What about Gretchen? We can't keep this from her too. She'll do as he tells her. Someone tell me what's going on. Fine, show him, Vlad. Vlad's gaze changes from copper to bright green, and his smile now bears 2 sharp fangs. Oh no. Fancy contacts and novelty teeth don't impress me. I didn't think they would, but that just happened before. But that's just what happens before I do this. Okay. He levitates into the air, hovering several feet off the ground. Then flames erupt from his hands, blue, orange, yellow, and then red. I am Vlad Bartostov Dracula, born in 1431 as a mortal, but reborn in 1462 as a vampire. And I am the one out of millions of vampires, ghouls, ghosts, and demons that live in secret among you. Vlad, you drama queen. Dad, you have to keep this secret. Dad, he's been keeping me safe. I'm going to do that. There are many powerful people after your daughter, but I can assure you I am more than capable of keeping her from harm. Your father pauses, understandably at a loss for words. I need some time to take all this in. Of course, I'll make sure to answer any question should you have them. How about that? Hours later, you and Vlad recline in his lounge, still mulling over what happened earlier today. Well, he knows now there's no going back. High-level officials all over the world already know other species exist. As long as we don't interfere in their affairs, they're happy to pretend that we're not real. Truth be told, I'm less worried about that and now he has Gretchen will react to us dating. Truth be told, I'm worried about that and more how he and Gretchen will react to us dating. Okay, whatever. I thought you weren't close to your family. I still have some sort of relationship with him. What if they try to break us up? You're right, I'm worried about. I'm going to do that. I still have a relationship with him. I see. A noble goal. Family is ultimately irreplaceable after all. Yeah, and I'm dating a vampire isn't exactly the easiest pill for someone to swallow. What about you, your other girlfriends? Did their families eventually settle down? He sits next to you with fluid, powerful grace. Depends. 5 of them were vampires themselves. Out of the humans, that the last one, family did come to accept it. The 2 before her didn't tell their families. The one before that didn't have any living family. And the first, well, her family incited others in the village to burn my house down. all the while shouting death to the vampire. You're almost 600 years old, but you've only had 10 girlfriends before me? 10 lovers, 2 wives, and a few dozen anonymous encounters. When loneliness got the better of my standards. That's weird. You really are selective. Which one was the one from the vision I saw? Just do you ever think about them? Sometimes less so recently. Still, they are harsh reminders of what happens if I let myself grow too attached. But that's in the past now. He unbuttons his shirt. All last night and today I've wanted your hands on me. The words are roughened by lust as he yanks his shirt off, revealing his muscled chest. I'm not waiting any longer. He leans in, kissing your lips roughly. You reach up, rubbing your fingers through his hair. His hand begins to trail down, beginning the process of slipping your clothes from your frame. Keep things going. I want to save the gems, people. I'm going to stop it. No, let's keep things going here. Let's see what happens. He pushes you back at first, seemingly to signal a stop until your back hits the hard wall behind you. A small squeak sound from your mouth, and soon he's upon you once more. His lips and hands explore the length of your body, leaving you weak whenever their touch lingers. Stay standing. His words come out as a velvet command. Understand, pet? What? You nod in affirmation. Good. His fingers trail down, slipping your button off in a quick movement. You remove your top and bra. Then he kneels down, planting a hot kiss on your inner thigh, leaving your knees weak. You stand firm, holding steady for him. That is until his mouth reaches the space between your legs. He runs his tongue slowly along your opening, then the strokes come out firm and caressing, wet and hot. It's hard to resist the urge to moan out, to grab him and hold him tight, to give in that voice in your head telling you to bank him and now. To boink him, I say, him and now. Patience, love, you know you'll be rewarded soon. One of the benefits of boinking a mind reader, he always knows exactly what you want. He spreads your folds with his fingers and sinks his tongue between them. Then he slides a finger inside you, and you moan, grasping the wall and finding nothing. His tongue finds your swollen center and swirls, massaging it gently. His fingers start a movement inside you, matching the rhythm of his tongue. Pressure builds inside you, beginning to be let go. I can't hold on. He reaches down with his free hand and reveals his thing, throbbing and ready for you. He slips just a tip in, teasing you. It's enough to make you buck and moan in wanton lust. As you do, he stops. I thought I told you to stand firm. You can handle that, can't you? Push him away, because we're not doing it. You gently push back on Vlad's shoulder. You win. I can't take any more. All worn out after just that. You tender little thing. I guess I just don't have my usual stamina, what with everything that's happened. Of course. You slip back into your clothes. Vlad slips his shirt and then looks over, his gaze burrowing deep into your own. I've been meaning to ask, how are you holding up? The question strikes you as more surprising than practically anything else that's happened. Is he showing genuine concern for me? You're so surprised you don't even remember to block out his mind reading. You've been through quite an ordeal as of late. Your friends put in jeopardy fighting for your life and even forced to reunite with your family. Yeah, if not for Marty, that last one would probably be the worst of all. So how are you feeling? Lucky that I have you. Like I want to rip Zagala apart. Ready for this to be over with. We'll do that. His eyes grow tired for a moment. It's never really over in this world. But I believe you'll soon find a way to close this chapter soon. Most of all, I'm worried about Marty. No telling what Zagala is doing to him right now. Perhaps you could try linking to him. Didn't you say that would be dangerous? Yeah, dangerous to link to Zagala or attempt to communicate with Marty. It's possible Zagala would learn what you were doing by reading his thoughts. However, your powers let you visit him without speaking him, don't they? You could simply check how he is, ensure he is all right, and see if there's any new information you could garner from his surroundings. I'm not going to do that. I got to save these gems. I don't want to risk Marty. I'm sure he's fine. If Vlad is surprised by your choice, he says nothing. A sharp knock rings out on Vlad's door. Yes. Maximus enters, his face grave. Lashlan's group was attacked while searching the old abbey near Rhine. He and Ben were killed. Ben, no. The others are requesting assistance. Vlad's chair upends from how fast he rises. Fire erupts from his hands. This is the second time Zagala's men have attacked on my territory. It will be the last. Let's see. We have to make him pay. Let's do that. We will, and all those who serve him will be scorned from the earth. His eyes shine with an emerald fury far greater than you've ever seen. Maximus, you're coming with me. Amber, don't leave the house for any reason. I'll return soon. He gives you a kiss, equal parts fierce and brief. As he does, you reach up and graze his cheek, and that's when you see a vision of Vlad's future. Here we go. Future Vlad. Vlad's future. What could it be? Vlad strides through a crumbled... Alrighty, guys. We are back with Once Burned. This is Night Prince, Once Burned, and we're on chapter 17 of 22. So we're going to get right to it. See what awaits us here. Here we go. Alrighty, guys. Vlad's future. The vision of Vlad's death hits you with a force strong enough to knock you to your knees. I can't die like this. The explosion hurls rocks down onto Vlad's, crushing him. You let out a scream, the vision fading as you return to reality. Vlad kneeling by your side in a second, one hand gingerly on your shoulder. Amber, what is it? You're going to die. I'm just going to tell him you're going to die. Let's tell him. I highly doubt that. You will if you leave now. Quickly you explain to him what you saw. Zagala spies rigged the chapel and the mountain with explosives. A short laugh escapes him. Yes, this whole attack is designed to bring you there and then kill you. Interesting. He knows I'd come to assist my men. He must have planned this for weeks to have sufficient charges to bring down the mountain. Gotta love an evil mastermind. Now the question is how we handle this. Let's see. Defuse the bombs. Do you have to go? How was he able to set this up? Let's do how he was able to set this up. Likely with inside help, a project of this scale would have taken a massive amount of time and effort. Impossible to pull off my borders without inside help. Maximus. Yes, sire. Take Charbonnel and 4 others to the chapel. I think Charbonnel's the one. He's the one I don't trust. Only one of you is to enter at a time to secure prisoners and collect our dead and make it clear they are not me. You're being watched, but Zagala won't detonate the charges unless he sees me there. He can only bring down the mountain once. Maximus bows to him, though while he does, you catch his gaze lingering on you. Vlad waits until Maximus leaves before turning back to you. I never thought a woman would come between us, but you might. If Maximus wasn't loyal to the last drop of blood in his body, I'd kill him for how he looks at you. You're being paranoid. I'm not sure I trust him. Don't be jealous. Let's do that. This isn't about jealousy. If you wanted him, you'd be with him. This is a matter of loyalty. Regardless, there's still one more matter to be addressed. We have to find the people who set the charges. If they were able to do this in my territory, they'll likely do something similar again. Even worse, if they are among those I trust, how do we do that? Well, I was hoping you'd be able to. You've already accused the vision of sharp nail going down. Wait a minute. You've already accessed the vision of sharp nail going down. Could you follow the thread within it to locate the demolitions? Detonators, I guess, whatever. So what happened here, people, is I downloaded an app. It said I was going to get 22 diamonds, and somehow I got 1,327. So you know what that means? We can use them. So I'm going to find the people who are trying to kill you. Here we go. The threads are faint, beyond faint, really, but they're there. You reach into the memory, pulling on possible futures, and now fading past until finally you find them. The Abbey, the mountain, the bombs, and finally the bomb makers. Got them. You give a quick description to Vlad, describing them as best you can. And one of them has a deep scar under his left eye. The other has some kind of scorpion tattoo. You said the first one was blonde, correct? Yeah, you know who they are? Vlad smiles, is sharp enough to cut through the very air itself. Oh yes, they will pay dearly for this transgression. I'm just glad we're able to deal with them now instead of later. Who knows what trouble they could have caused. You did wonderful, Amber. He gives you another kiss, this one sweet and full of longing. I'll be back soon. You're headed out? To apprehend the men you just described. Don't worry, I don't plan on heading to the chapel. I know exactly where to find them. Stay safe. Vlad lets out another chuckle. Zagala needed to bring a mountain on me to try to stop me, and I'm even more powerful when prepared. And with that, he's gone. That man has the devil's own ego. And that arrogance could turn out to be his Achilles heel if Zagala exploits it. I just have to do whatever I can to make sure it doesn't come to that. I didn't know he was this arrogant. Let's see. Hours pass while you wait for Vlad, and each moment feels tenser than the last. I hope he's okay. The sound of the front door slamming practically makes you jump. You rush down to the entrance hall. Still, as fast as you are, you only catch a glimpse of a bloody Maximus and sharp nail escorting a dozen prisoners past. More vampires you don't recognize appear and disappear just as quickly, one of them cradling a body you recognize. One with arcing familiar curly hair. Oh, it's Ben. They must have brought the body back for a funeral. Ben, I'm so sorry this happened to you. The people who did this will pay. I can't imagine how the others will take this. Let's do that. Vlad appears almost as if summoned by thoughts. It will motivate them to grow stronger. Vlad, I was terrified something was going to happen to you. I know I warned you about the bombs, but seeing you die like that, I know, but I'm here now. He embraces you, and nothing's going to happen. There has to be some way we can put a stop to this, some method to finish Zagala for good. Right now, our best method is to pursue the leads we have. We managed to round up a lot of his associates thanks to you. Really? Oh yes, I'm very proud of you, Amber. You did wonderfully. Now it's just a matter of interrogating the lot of them myself to see what else they know. What if I let Zagala capture me and then I linked back to you? That would never work. Even if he didn't have his men kill you on sight, Zagala won't let you discover where he is. He'd make sure you were unconscious before you were transported to his location. Before you arrived, he'd have you stripped of any objects, clothes included, that you could link through. Then I'll smuggle something in my mouth. I'll fry myself. Have some of your men tell me, let's do that. I suppose that would be possible. Still, the risk would be far too great. I don't effing believe it. You swerve all around to see your sister Gretchen stride into the room. I forgot they was even there. Why is it always how things go with you? Amber, you're always hurting yourself. You're always hurling yourself into danger without thought of how it's going to affect everyone else. Do you have any concept of how badly it would hurt all of us if you died? How badly it would hurt me? Gretchen, not now. Not what? A good time? It never is with you, Amber. But since you seem so intent on getting yourself killed again, I'm not waiting. So here's a newsflash. You're not the only one whose life went to shit when Mom died. And if Dad's going emotionally chaotic afterwards wasn't bad enough, you also started shoving me away. I just wanted a sister, and as soon as you came out of that coma, it was like you didn't want to be part of our family anymore. Shoving you away, I was busy trying to cope with Mom getting killed and electrocuting everyone I touched, remember? Know what I remember? Coming home from school and finding you with that razor and stopping you before you... She starts to cry. I almost lost it, and then, as soon as you get better, you left. I should open up to Gretchen, repair their relationship. Let's do that. Let's open up. I was wrong, Gretchen. I couldn't see past my own pain, so I let it swallow me up. By the time I fought through it, you wanted nothing to do with me and Dad, and I was wrapped up in Dad was wrapped up in his job again. Marty was all I had. I abandoned you, you're right. But this isn't me throwing my life away. This is me trying to not make the same mistake twice. I'm not abandoning Marty. I'm not abandoning anyone anymore. How am I supposed to trust Dracula over there with my sister's life? Not Dracula, Vlad, former Valdita of Wakandia. Also the most arrogant, deadly, frightening man I've ever met. Compliments won't sway me. You take those as compliments? Of course, she named all of my best qualities. Gretchen surprises you, hugging you from behind as you talk to Vlad. Just please promise you'll be careful whatever happens. Of course. I love you. I love you too. This is all very touching, but I'm afraid Amber won't be taking any risks at all. Not while there is even a chance of harm befalling her. My people will continue to search the area. If she's needed something else tonight, you'll find me in the dungeon doing what I do best. And with that, Vlad is gone. The one upside of your vampire lover being occupied with his gruesome task is that it gives you plenty of time to think. A hot bath and 3 glasses of wine later, you're almost starting to feel a little stressed. However, a knock on your door soon brings that to an end. Please don't be more bad news. To your surprise, it's your father who enters. Amber, we need to talk. Gretchen must have told him about earlier. Where is she? In the dungeon, torturing the hell out of the enemy. And this is the man you'd risk your life for. I'm doing it for Marty. Of course. What's that supposed to mean? Just that you've made it very clear that he's the father you wish you had. Look, it's fine if you hate me. I failed your mother and I wasn't there after your accident. What are you talking about? Deep down, I've known there was never really any question as to who was responsible for your mom leaving and her subsequent death. Me. If I had been a better husband, maybe she'd have stayed. Maybe she wouldn't have been there when the power line went down. And he pauses, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. So please, even though Marty was a better father to you than I, don't expose yourself to more vampires trying to save him. Keep pushing me, I deserve it, but don't endanger yourself more than you already have. That means a lot, Dad. This isn't about you. That means a lot, Dad. Just the fact that you could admit all that means more than you know. It's the honest truth. I think we both failed Mom, really. But if she were here now, she'd be telling us to get over it already. She'd say that nothing was more important than our family sticking together. And I want to listen to her now like I did back then, but I can't. He grabs you, pulling you against him in a hug despite the electrical current that makes him shudder. You gesture down at his leg. A bomb blew your convoy apart and crippled your knee, but you still crawled towards the survivors. I'm going to find the vampire who captured Marty, but it's not because I think he was a better father. It's because I'm the daughter of the man who refused to abandon the people he felt responsible for. Amber. For the first time since your mother died, you want to watch your father's eyes begin to well with tears. Even when he was outgunned, bleeding, and only able to crawl. God, you're as stubborn as your mother. She was stubborn, wasn't she? Your father opens his mouth to reply, but as soon as he does, Vlad enters the room. I don't care who or what you are, Vlad. You fail to protect her or try using her as homing device on your enemy, and I'll find a way to kill you. Oh, I always protect what's mine. Let's see, Vlad, I trust you to protect me. Let's do that. You turn to your father. You haven't seen Vlad in action yet, Dad. He's not kidding. Is that so? Vlad looks at you appreciatively, placing an arm around your shoulder. Indeed, I have ruled for a very long time, Hugh. And in that time, many have tried to put me down for good. None have succeeded. Look, Dad, these vampires are going to be after me no matter what. They want my power, and there's nothing we can do to change that. Vlad is their best chance at surviving this. He knows how to fight them, how to kill them. Vlad ignites a small flame in his hand for emphasis. I can assure you that your daughter is safe with me. Maybe you have a point. Your dad glances at you, sighs in a way that indicates his disapproval of the relationship, and leaves. You close the door behind him, waited until you're sure he's out of earshot before turning back to Vlad. Done interrogating the prisoners? Let's just do that. I am. The others aren't. He slips past you, making his way over to the shower. He slips off his clothes and steps in, almost not noticing that you're there. The hiss of hot water follows soon after your eyes drink him in. Glistening wetness highlights every ripple, hollow, and bulge across his body. Long, thickly muscled legs set off the twin mounds of an ass that practically dares you to stare at it. You do not. You do until he takes a bar of soap and begins rubbing lather all over himself. White suds cling to strong arms draped across his broad shoulders and gathering in the hollow of his sculpted chest. The soap slides down the dark trail on his stomach before crowning in the cusp hair of his groin. When your gaze meets his eyes are bright green and primal, making a shiver run through you that has nothing to do with chill air. Care to join me? This is YouTube, so we have to let him shower alone. As enticing as that offer is, I'll pass. I have much on my mind. He gives a simple shrug. Suit yourself. He washes himself, and you do your best to avert your eyes from his steaming body. Finally, the shower comes to an end. He steps out, toweling himself dry before finally getting dressed. As the two of you stand in the now cooling air, Vlad turns to you. I've given some thought to your request. You mean my plan to rescue Marty? Yes. And I believe I've found a way you can help after all. So there it is, people. Another chapter done. So we'll see you guys as always tomorrow. So, we can't really do those kind of scenes on YouTube. I just don't want to take no chances of it. But we can do all the other stuff. We got a lot of gems to use now. So as always, guys, thanks so much for watching. And if you want to play the game yourself, you can do those scenes for yourself. So give the video a thumbs up. As always, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back to Once Burned. We're on chapter 18 of 24 now. We're getting close to the end. So let's get right to it and see what awaits us. Okay, here we go. You sit in the back seat of Maximus' car, your stomach in knots as you prepare to begin your first real mission. Vlad sent you to the house of one of his subordinates to test their loyalty. Vlad seems to be trying his best to keep me out of any real danger. Granted, it's smart to use my powers to test the loyalty of these beneath him, especially when we know there's a traitor somewhere. But still, there's no hiding the fact that I'm the only one being sent to those he views least likely to betray him. Everyone else has taken care of himself. How much further? Patience, we're almost there. What's this guy like, anyway? His name is Tovania. He was turned young, and that's given him a chip on his shoulder. Still, he's very powerful. Don't let your guard down. And what's the plan for once we get there? Pretty basic stuff once we tell him that Vlad's instructed us to scope out his place. You see if you can get a read off of anything. If any of these things connect to Sagala, we'll know he or someone who works for him is the mole. We're here. So here we go. We'll see. The car pulls in to Tovana's complex. A guard buzzes you through the gate. Maximus parks you. I'll get out. 2 guards armed with assault weapons walk you to the front of the house. Seeing as this is a vampire's residence, I'm guessing those guns are filled with silver bullets instead of lead. A few point-blank bursts from those could take out either of the men with me. Wonder what the men who owns all this is like. That's when you see him. Oh, there he is. I guess, boy. Then again, since he's a vampire, there's no telling how old he actually is. As Tovana approaches, Maximus and Charnel bow their heads to him. Greetings from Ursire Tovana. Tovana responds in a language you can understand, not even bothering to glance in your direction as he does. Let's greet him. Hello, Tovana. It's nice to meet you. The vampire in question looks you over with an air of ridicule. Then he turns back to Charnel, saying something else you don't recognize. Vlad requests that you speak English in front of his guests so that she can understand. Is that right? His eyes sweep over you before holding your gaze. The weight of centuries reflect back at you. No question he's an older vampire. What's more, it's clear from the look on his face that a human is less than worthless to him. If Vlad wishes, I shall repeat myself. What has happened that Vlad sent his most senior guards to my house? Without even a phone call to inform me they're coming, I might add. I should be honest with him. One of Vlad's oldest enemies is out to kill him. He's grown bold enough to attack on Vlad's home territory and most likely has some sort of mole. We're trying to widen the net to find out who that might be. And which enemy might that be? Unfortunately, we're not at liberty to divulge that at present. The barest of smiles touches Tavana's lips. Of course, I will offer my assistance. Any attack on a vampire's territory must be swiftly avenged, lest his enemies take it as a sign of weakness. Then you won't mind if Amber touches a few things in your home? Ah, then you are the psychic, yes. Word of you has already spread among my kind. Guess I should have known word of my powers would spread. But why is she here? Surely Vlad's trust in me is concrete. She's here because it's what Vlad wants. You don't have any objections to that, do you? Of course not, but to quote an American saying, if she breaks it, she buys it. You glance back at the other two. I'll let you know if I find anything. I could touch Talvana and get his vision of his past. The more I can learn about him, the better. Let's touch him. You pretend to trip as you walk by Talvana, placing a hand on his shoulder to catch yourself. There we go. Very clever. Very clever. Tovas past. The touch is brief, but long enough to see a vision. A private meeting in the woods between Talvana and Vlad. Vlad, your problem has been taken care of. The hunter is no more. And my political allies? Any proof of your vampiric identity has been wiped clean. You've done me a great service, Vladimir. That's Volavy to you. Don't forget our deal. Yes, you will give me the land in your territory and assist me with this matter, and I will serve you faithfully. Your eyes and ears on the borders, as it were. And I assume I need to remind you that will happen if you cross my mind. I need to remind you what will happen if you cross me. Flames glow around the tips of Vlad's fingers. Of course not. Volovy, I'm all yours. Or just say Vlad. Something else lurks deep in the shadow of Tobias' past, a mind you are linked with. The shadow of a lust for power and hunger that won't be satiated. And it's the last thing you feel before the vision ends. Are you all right? Yes, sorry, I'm just a little clumsy. How about that? You walk past Tova, stepping into the entrance hall of his mansion. Man, I wonder if most vampires are this loaded, or is it just the dangerous ones? Do you like it? I've always liked to think of myself as having an eye for decor. It must have cost a lot of money to do that. A cold glint echoes in Tovana's eyes. Oh, far more than money. Why do I have the feeling I don't want to know what he means by that? I would be better if we talked later. Of course, you have work to do. My apologies. And just like that, he's gone. Your initial sweep through the entrance room turns up nothing unexpected. High-class visitors, feedings, sex, and harsh discipline of his staff. It sounds like normal. Perhaps horrifying to some, but nothing linking him to Zagali. Well, that's just the entryway. Let's see what we can find a little further in. What we got here, this is inside another beautiful Spot. It doesn't take long before you find a room ripe with essence, heavy objects. Bingo. If this doesn't have what we're looking for, then this guy's clean. Years of training yourself and what not to touch makes it easy to find the most essence-heavy objects. No sense going for the fancy figures or anything behind the glass case. The more something has been touched, the better. I'll start with an old pen, a worn dagger, a comfy look. I'm going to go with the comfy chair. Let's do that. You reach out and touch the chair, opening yourself up to the visions. Debaucherous sex acts of the darkest kind plays out, but nothing time Tovia to Zagala. You continue on checking practically everything in the room, yet finding nothing. Guess this was another dead end after all. You're just about to leave when you pass by a white couch, casually running a hand over it just in case. And there we go. Look at this. Sagila's past. That's when the room around you dissolves into a familiar scene complete with two figures you easily recognize. One is Marty, still nailed to the wall with silver. The other is Zagila cocks his head as you appear. Ah, my little psychic spy. I wondered when you would return. He walks over to Marty, a knife appearing in his hand as if by magic. You missed some of the fun, but not all. Wait, don't hurt him. And why shouldn't I? Zagala doesn't know my true motivations. I could trick him by saying I want to join him. That would save Marty from being tortured and would buy me and Vlad some time. I'm going to do it. Because I want to join you. If that's true, then why are you still blocking me from reading your mind? There could be other minds readers here. So, if so, neither of us would want them to know what I'm thinking. But I'm risking my life contacting you, and that should show I'm serious. Why did you abandon your loyalty to Vlad? You seemed very set on it last time we spoke. Things have changed since then. You told me Vlad was fake and nice, and you were right. Vlad even seduced me to get me emotionally attached to him. But since the first day he brought me to his house, he had people monitoring my family. I guess the best lies are those steeped in truth. No surprise there, and I'm guessing he used them against you. Yeah, as soon as you kidnapped Marty. Still jokes on him because my family and I have been estranged for years. Marty's the only one I care about. That's why I contacted you as soon as I got here. And where is he, Amber? I can't tell you. How unfortunate. His knife flashes out, leaving a sizable wound on Marty's torso. Stop, I can't tell you because Maximus and Charnel are with me. If they come, they'll kill me before they allow you to take me. Maximus and Charnel. Yes, and if they realize they're outnumbered, they'll kill me. I'm no good to you dead, so give me a little time. Vlad's sending me all over the place. As you may have heard, I'll contact you as soon as circumstances are better. If you're lying to me, your friend will experience such pain that hell will be a relief once I finally kill him. As long as you let him go once I join you. I'm going to say the same goes for you. Let's do that. I'd like to see you try. You have a week to contact me with a location to collect you. Otherwise, your friend will suffer for your betrayal. Got it. You dropped the link. I can't believe I pulled that off. And I can do this too. Someone at Tivana has a connection to Zagali. We just have to find out who captured them and let Vlad interrogate them. Then we'll find Zagali's location and save Marty. We can do this. A window shatters and the sound of gunfire rings out. A figure appears behind you, whispering to you in heavily It's in heavily accented English. Get down. You follow the orders, ducking down to avoid a hail of bullets. They have instructions not to harm you, but battles such as this are messy ones. Are messy, no. What's going on? My guards are cleaning up the two you came with. Zagala has ordered me to protect you, but if you run around alone, my guards may hit you by mistake while trying to get Maximus and Charbonneau. Uh-oh. Don't kill them. Thank you for keeping me safe. Can't they wait until you and I are clear? I'm going to do that. Maximus and Charbonneau would turn the second they saw us leaving the premises. And with the warriors of their caliber, no risk can be taken. Regardless, I can assure you that if you do as I say, you will be safe. I always protect my allies. Now come with me quietly, with me. There is a friend in the entrance hall waiting for you. I can't just leave with this guy, especially not while Maximus and Charbonneau are in danger. Blast, I'm gonna have to... I guess I'll have to blast him with my powers. I don't know. You shoot out a bolt of electricity, not giving Tavala a chance to react. The crackling bolt strikes him hard, knocking him back hard against the wall. He tries to stand up, but you hit him once more. What the F? I didn't know you could... One more blast knocks him out, and you rush out the door before his goons can close in. Well, I guess it worked out. In the entrance hall, you see Maximus and Charbonneau struggling against a group of armed guards. Tova is the traitor. You don't say. One guard seems ready to execute Charbonneau from behind, but you blast him with a bolt of lightning, fusing his gun to his hand. Thanks for the save. Don't mention it. There are too many. We need to get out of here. Contact Vlad. Tell him what's happening. I can't. But your thoughts is cut off by a sudden blur of motion. Something hard and fast slams you into the nearby wall. Round 2, biatch. The vampire from the club. You see Maximus hold a phone to his head. Vlad, it's Tovana. The traitor is Tovana. Maximus. Another guard aims his gun at Maximus, and you let loose one more blast to take him out. Good, at least Vlad knows what's happening. Hopefully he'll get here soon. You'll regret that. You don't see his fist coming. All you feel is the explosion of pain. That darkness quickly snuffs out. And that's it, people. How about that? Wow. So there's another chapter finished. Chapter 18, so we know who the traitor is now. And that's pretty much it. So as always, guys, give the video a thumbs up, and we'll see you tomorrow with chapter 19 of 20. Have a great day, and thanks for watching. Toodles! Alrighty, guys, we are back. Chapter 19 of 21. We're getting closer to the end. Here we go. Where are we? It takes a few moments for your head to clear and for the haziness of your vision to slide into clarity. Pain comes first, followed soon after by a chemical taste in your mouth and rope digging into your wrists and ankles. I'm being tied up. Right, I got knocked out at Tovada's by the silver-haired vampire. The same one who attacked me at the club. Crap, I didn't see what happened to Maximus or Charbonneau. I hope they're okay. Your concern for the others quickly shifts to self-preservation when you see who's standing over you. Well. Finally awake? Where am I? You're in hell. He gestures to a wide range of painful-looking torture implements, including a wooden mallet and a knife made of ivory. Look at this. He's got everything. I guess those are for me. No metal, so I can't conduct electricity through them. Where's Zigali? He's not convinced you've had a real change of heart. Until he is, he's not letting you close in case you summon Vlad and ambush him. Oh, that's right. I tricked Zigali into thinking I was switching sides. Apparently he's still taking precautions. How am I supposed to convince him of my sincerity if I'm nowhere near him? Simple. People tend to get very honest after a bit of vampiric hypnosis. After some torture to lower your mental walls, of course. Wow, he picks the knife up from the table. That's where I come in. You may have effed up Tovaya really bad, but I'm a different animal entirely. Trust me, you'll get the same as he did. We'll see about that. You leave her alone. Marty. You turn to see him bound and bloody in a far-off stall. Yeah, I brought him. I doubt you're tough, but you've survived me once before. So even if you can stand what I do to you, I bet you'll break at what I do to him. Do you enjoy serving your master? I know everything happened to you. Please don't hurt us. Let's just beg. He backhands you hard across the face. I do whatever I damn well want. I still have to pay you back for the club. From the looks of the gloves he's wearing, he should be able to handle me without getting shocked. This is gonna suck. Now, where shall we start? This is what I get for thinking I can keep up with someone centuries older than me. For all the big talk, I'm going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. No, that's a load of crap. I might die, but I'm not going down without a fight. What's your name? Trying to stall? That won't work on me. Not trying to stall, but if you're going to torture me, we should at least know each other on a first-hand basis. I was born Aaron Raziel, but for the past 3 centuries I've been called Ren. Let's see. I'm going to do kind of a dumb name. In polite company, maybe. But that's until you've seen your own bones rent apart. Over the past 12 years, you've grown very familiar with pain. Being forced to relive an untold number of deaths has gotten you very used to the feeling. That being said, Rent is a clear master of torture. The pain goes from mild to moderate to acute to excruciating again and again and again, never letting you adjust to it. Finally, when it feels you've passed your breaking point, many times over, the mesmerizing eyes come in. Now, tell me about Vlad. Tell me everything you can about him. His strength, his weakness. How can we kill him? Resist. Ren and Zagali must have thought they planned for everything. Torture to break down my mental walls mixed with hypnotism to draw out my any remaining secrets. However, there are two things they hadn't counted on. One is the vampiric blood you've been drinking, building up your resistance and inner power, and the second is how extraordinary your willpower truly is. I've experienced pain and death on almost a daily basis thanks to my powers. There's nothing this man can do to me that I haven't already felt. I just noticed her face was all scratched up. What can you tell me about Vlad? Slowly you begin to spin a web of lies, describing false battle plans, made-up defenses, and descriptions of individuals who don't even exist. Whatever you can say to throw him off your scent. Slowly the light in his eyes begin to fade away. You did great, Cupcake. Now we move on to torturing your friend. See what else there is to be learned. I hope Vlad rips your guts out and burns them in front of you. They've tortured Marty this whole time we've been on this. I've watched him do that to someone you know. The smell is horrible. If you were ever that close to him, he should have killed you. Oh, he did worse than kill me. He cut me off from his line mere months after turning me. All because I broke one of his stupid endless rules. Wait, that means Vlad and Ren's sire. Well, that means Vlad is Ren's sire. The person who tortured Ren into a vampire. Vlad your sire? Yeah, he's the one who turned me, claimed he saw potential in it or whatever.
But that all went out the window the second I didn't do what he said. For decades, I was every vampire's bitch until Zagali found me and took me in. But enough about me. Deep within yourself, you can feel your powers stirring. You're already returning to you as strong as ever. Rent and Zagali must not know Vlad's been feeding me his blood, or at the very least how much it's amped up my powers. If I can charge it for a bit more, I might actually be able to use it to get out of here. I just have to find a way to stall Rent a little longer. Challenge his honor. Let's do that. Sounds like you couldn't hack it. What was that? Just saying, it seems to me like you're making a lot of excuses for not being able to live up to Vlad's standards. You effing be. He gives another hard punch right to the head. That loser has nothing on Zagali. You can feel your power now growing and surging underneath your skin, burning inside you with a seething intensity that would kill you if it not for Vlad's blood. All right, on to the little guy. I believe you mentioned something about ripping guts out. Seems like a good place to start. Speak up if you have anything else to tell me, Amber. Don't worry about me, kid. I'll be fine. No, you won't. Yes, he will. And with that, you release the energy within you. The rope around your right wrist falls away and sizzling strands of white cutting through it. Now to attack Rent while I have the chance. Cut him in half, decapitate him. Let's cut him in half. Rent has just enough time to turn to you before you release a full force blast directly at him. The glowing whip rips across his upper body with a ferocity and speed unlike anything you've used before. That hurt. Then everything north of his midsection falls into the hay. Marty stares at you in total awe. Wow. He had that coming. Glad I was able to wipe that smirk off his face. He's not alone. You cut through your ropes in just enough time to be standing when the second vampire enters. What the hell? How did you get free and where's Rend? I should aim for his neck. You only reply is another blazing bolt crackling across the man's neck. He hits the ground hard, well and truly dead. One more to go. Footsteps pound down the narrow hallway of the stable, heading outside. After him, if he gets away, he'll tell Zagali what happened here. So we're outside, okay. We're chasing him. You dart out of the stable, desperately trying to catch the last of your captors before he can get away. In the distance, you see him running with supernatural speed. He's still within range, but with his supernatural speed, that will change within seconds. What more, these last two daily releases have considerably drained my powers. No way I'm strong enough to take him out with a blast. Chase him down and stop him. Let's do that. You let out another lash at him, not strong enough to kill, but enough to slow him down. Pushing yourself hard, you tear across the snowy field, using all the vampire blood you've drunk to push you on. You see the flash of a cell phone from his pocket, but another whip from you melts it into nothing. You're almost on top of him when he turns to face you, fangs bare, ready to kill. He's ready. Instead of slowing your charge forward, hands outstretched, jamming your fingers into his eyes with the force of twin tasers. It's enough to knock him on his back. You betcha. You tear at him, searching desperately for some kind of weapon. His claws scratch at your skin, but you ignore it, pushing past the growing pain. That's not stopping me now. I'm Amber. Finally, your hands close around something, metal and blade. Something metal, a blade of some kind hidden in his coat. At the same moment, his smoky eyes focus on you with terrifying clarity. Without looking, you yank the weapon free. Then, with one thrust, you shove it deep down into his heart. A twist with all your might sinks it deep and bucks wildly beneath you. Finally, mercifully, the body stops moving, falling dead beneath you. I did it. You truck back to the stables, exhaustion wearing at your bones. So we made it through it. Once inside, you free Marty from his bindings with a concentrated blast of electricity. You did it, kid. You saved us. We should move quickly. No kidding, now that Ren's not checking in, Zagala likely won't leave us here for long. How long do you think we have until he realizes there's a problem? Thanks for frying those guys before they could get away. We have some time. Zagali checked in with Ren every 2 hours. He just checked in before you woke up, so we should have around that long before we need to start worrying. Then I better get started with Ren's bones. If Maximus and Shartnell are alive, they won't be far along after Zagali realizes Ren and the others are dead. Or he'll move and we'll have to hunt for his location all over again. I know where he is. You know where he is right now? They didn't worry about blindfolding me when they brought me here. They never intended me to let me live. You're beautiful, you know that? I got to tell Vlad right away. Marty grabs his phone off a wooden crate and hands it to you. Here. There it is. I can't touch cell phones, remember? Well, you'll have good news for you. Marty exits the stables and returns very familiar gloves. There's them gloves. The gloves Vlad got me, the ones that keep my electricity in check. You must have had them on you when Rend grabbed you. They tossed them in the back of the car right before throwing you in the trunk. Might have not had the time to bring them back to Zagali before driving us to there. Must have had time, okay. Must not have, okay. You slip the gloves on and dial the phone, calling Vlad. He answers on the second ring. Marty. Amber. It's Amber. We'll do that. Are you okay? Zagali's men took me, and I like this, is neat looking at this, and took me captive, but Marty and I busted free. Where are you? Actually, I don't know. Marty, do you know where we are? They had me in the trunk with you when they brought me here. But if the phone has GPS, you open the map and tap location to find where you are. As you do, he says, West Romania in the village called Lumda near the Monroe River. Do you need me to pick you up? We should be good. I saw the car of the vampire who kidnapped me outside when I poked my head out. He should still have the keys on him. Marty rifles through Ren's pockets, eventually confirming your theory. What happened? How were you captured? Tavana is working with Zagali. He told him where I was, and he sticked his guards on me, all three of us. While we're dealing with that, the vampire from the club got the drop on me. Conveniently, Tavana has disappeared from his place of residence. It's never good to leave Zagali with more pieces on that board. Vlad. I can use his bones. Let's do that. Have you two met before? Yeah, to hand me off. There's no doubt I can find him. Smart thinking. If we can eliminate Taval, it will be one less headache in the future. Besides, after what he did to you, I have a personal interest in tearing him apart. That goes for both of us. You kneel down to Rand's remains, channeling your powers into it. It takes some time, but you push past the various visions of his own sins as well as your past tortures. Finally, you find what you're looking for. Got him. He's at the castle where we unburied the body we thought was Zagala. He must have thought we wouldn't check there for a second time. Clever, but unfortunately cleverness is nothing compared to you. You truly are incredible. You know that. I appreciate that, but I'm just glad Taval is going to be dealt with. I owe him for what happened back at his place. I can assure you he won't survive the night. Before we go, I should mention that Rend tried to mesmerize me. He wanted me to spill all your secrets, but I was able to resist and made up some lies to throw him off. We may be able to continue feeding those lies to his allies. Absolutely brilliant, Amber. You never failed to impress. Now there's just a matter of finding Zagala himself. Actually, Marty's already knows. What? Where is he? Marty, where's Zagala? Castle Pinonar, tunneling into the rock under the tower. You repeat the information to Vlad, and you're surprised he falls deathly quiet. What's wrong? Is that an issue? No. His tone drops with acid. Zagala's using my former home. And there it is, people. Boom. Another episode. Only 2 to go, people. So as always, thanks so much for watching. It's coming to an end. Give this video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great day now. Toodles. Alrighty, guys. We are back with chapter 20. Let's get right to it. Okay, we're in a car. You and Marty drive through the night in Ren's car, the heater on full blast against the chilled air. I'm surprised Zagala has been hiding in Vlad's old home, but it's smart. Vlad probably had his people avoid places where the Dracula legend is told because he hates it so much. Plus, who would have expected Zagala to make a nest in the former home of a man he's trying to kill? Twisted doesn't even begin to cover it. I'm so Googling Vlad Dracula once this is all over. Wikipedia knows more about his past, than I do. You won't like what you find, especially since you're sleeping with him. I'm not really sleeping with him. Is that a problem? That you're sleeping with Vlad, of course. Not. After all, it's not like he's one of the most powerful assholes on the planet. Look, I don't blame you for disliking Vlad. He impaled you and conceived you both unforgivably. Still, there's another side to him. Sure, the side that burns people to death. Maybe you have a point. He only burns bad people. Can we drop this? We'll do that. Look, I think of you like my kid. I'm just worried about you is all. As Marty drives on, you pull Ren's skull out of your back seat, and we're going to do the reading, I guess. I still can't believe we're bringing that with us. I need to keep checking his bones for memories. Right now, this is the best tool we have for keeping ahead of Zagala. Guess you've got a point there. Oh, here we go. We're having another past flash. You channel your power into Ren's skull and soon are flooded with his memories. His death at your hands, his worst sin, countless atrocities. He's committed his dealings with Zagala. And then you see it. Maximus. Charbonnel. All killed. They're alive. Oh, they're alive? Okay, what? Charbonnel and Maximus Zagala holding them hostage, but they're alive. And in the same dungeon you were kept in. We have to get to Castle Poneria. Zagala might kill them both if Vlad wages a full-scale war on him, but we might be able to sneak in. If we get there quickly, we can get both of them out before Zagala has any idea. Wait, I thought Vlad wanted me to take you back to his castle. Are you suggesting we go behind his back? We're doing this either way, but if I give Vlad a heads up, we could work together, coordinate our attacks. If I tell him, he's going to be pissed when he finds out. Tell Vlad, I'm going to tell him about it, yeah. We're going to tell him. I know he won't like that about heading into danger, but it's the only way to save Charbonnel and Maximus. You call Vlad? Amber, who is this? Wait a minute, what? I just had a vision of where Maximus and Charbonnel are being kept. Marty and I are on our way to sneak them out. Absolutely not. I won't have you risking yourself like this. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not giving you the choice. Those two mean a lot to me at this point, and my powers are the only way to navigate the tunnels without drawing attention.
If you head in there, powers blasting, Zagali will kill them before you can even get close. A long silence hangs on the phone. I'm not her, Vlad. What? The woman you lost, the one by the river. I know you're afraid of losing me, but this is the only way to save the others. I'll be okay. At least wait until I've arrived. I'll attack the far side of the castle. It should draw the guards to me and away from you. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance. I can't live with that compromise. Good. I can live with that compromise. Stay safe and don't take any unnecessary risks. He ends the call. Come on, Marty, we've got a lot of ground to cover to get to Castle Panarea. The two of you drive for what seems like hours, though the dark blur of night and falling snow. I don't see no snow in this. Finally, when the castle is within sight, Marty pulls the car to a stop. Before exiting the car, Marty cuts his hand. Here, you should drink but before we head inside. You'll need to restock after that battle in the stable. Let's do thanks. Make it simple. Hey, not like this is anything new for me. I've been giving you my blood for a while. True, though, the situation we're about to enter is going to be a hell of a lot more dangerous than our act. You drink until the harsh taste begins to sweeten and your skin itches from the current pulsing through you. Your awareness vanishes, replaced with an exhilarating mixture of nerves and purpose. Let's do this. Marty follows your lead, creeping around the side of the mountain under the cover of darkened wood. You're just about to reach the entrance of the tunnelway when, boom, multiply, more sound out, the telltale sight of Vlad and his shock and awe entrance. There's our signal. Vlad must be attacking. Does his entrance have to be so loud? He's creating a distraction for us. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Vlad likes to show off. Well, he does, I guess. No kidding. They'll keep showing off like that, and he'll bring the whole mountain down. He's smarter than that. Come on, let's go. You race as fast as you can until tearing forward until you reach the tunnel network. God, this place is like a maze. Fortunately, my powers should be able to guide us straight to Charbonneau and Maximus. Let's just hope we don't run into... Hey, who goes there? Great. Who in the hell are you? This is your last chance to run. You're reckoning I'm a lost hiker. Let's do that. That's ridiculous. Either you're lying or very unlucky. Either way, you can't leave here alive. Another blast shakes the tunnel, knocking you just slightly off balance. Just long enough for the vampire to lunge forward, claws outstretched with supernatural speed. He's heading towards Marty. Save Marty. Save Marty, I guess. He's fast, but you're faster. A crack of lightning snaps from your hand. He has just enough time to give you a look of utter surprise before he's neatly bisected. What's that mean? Whoa, nice one, kid. That could have gotten really ugly really fast. You've been training or something? Yeah, I bet Vlad's been having me work out with my powers. Well, whatever it is, it's paying off. Come on, we can't waste time worrying. As you and Marty jog deeply into the tunnel, the sound of Vlad's voice echoes in your head. Amber. Guess he's coming close enough to link up to my mind. How are you holding up? Let's see. Be more careful where you blast. I'm more worried about you. I'm going to say so far so good. Had a bit of a close call, but we dealt with it. I don't want you taking any unnecessary risks. If you sense your life may be in real peril, get out of there and leave the rest to me. Let me know when you're able to free the others. Will do. Zagali hasn't shown his face yet, so stay on your guard. I'll join you when I finish here. There's an escape tunnel on the lower east side of the mountain, about 300 yards from the river. Send people to guard it, and don't let anyone out unless they say they're with me. And with that, you cut the connection. Come on, Marty, we need to keep moving. You and Marty continue further on through the tunnels. We're almost there, I'm sure of it. Good, I never much like dark enclosed spaces. The sooner we're out of here, the better. As you round the next corner, the sight you see shocks you. Prisoner? Another prisoner? Humans. Zagali must be keeping them here with other prisoners. He's been feeding off them like cattle. Let's do that. That's what he's been doing. God, I heard about stuff like this, but to see it with my own eyes, what do? We should free the human prisoners? Of course. Okay, but how are we going to find the key to these cells? It doesn't look like there's any guards here who can. With a concentrated blast of electricity, you destroy the lock. Or we could do that. That works. One by one, the humans enslaved by Zagali begin to shuffle out of their cells. Wow, I said phones because I saw cells. Okay. What's happening? You've been held captive by a very bad man. I'm here to rescue you. Thank you all. Of course. You explain how to exit the tunnels? There should be some people waiting at the end. Tell them you're with Amber. They'll get you out of here. We'll never forget this. I know. Now go. They follow your command, running off down the tunnel and towards their freedom. Feels good to do the right thing. It does, but we need to keep moving. We're not out of this yet. Darting around the next corner, you recognize the entrance to the cell from your vision. An imposing doorway that looks like the open throat of a stone monster. Through there, here. What's this? It's a prison, yeah. You make your way in to find Maximus and Sharpnail harpooned to the wall. Ugh. Oh my God. You rush over and pull the knives and harpoons out of Maximus. Amber, what's happening? I'm here to rescue you. We'll do that. It's pretty simple. How'd you find us? My powers, of course. Marty quickly begins to rip free the silver knives and harpoons, holding Sharpnail to the wall. You know, if I was a different kind of person, I might call this karma for what you put me through. Thank you. I am forever in your debt. Meanwhile, you use a laser-like beam of electricity to cut Maximus down. Come on, we don't have much time. We have to get out of here before... Before what? Oh, no. Amber, at last, we meet face to face. Boom. There it is, people. Another... Well, we only got one left, I think, don't we? Let's see. We have one left, so that's 21 of 21 coming up. So, as always, guys, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the end. Have a great day now. Toodles. Here we go. Amber, at last, we meet face to face. Here you are, deep in Zagali's dungeon on a mission to rescue Maximus and Sharpnail. In each hand, Zagali holds a gun, one pointed at you, one pointed at the Marty. Do I really need to say, don't move? At this distance, he'd blast a hole through me before I could get a bolt of lightning off at him. Let's see. Vlad will be here soon. Of course he will. In fact, I'm counting on it. Screaming rings out from above, the telltale sound of Vlad tearing through Zagali's remaining guards. Then a large form appears in front of you like a shadow come to life. Hello, Vlad. Vlad, really take this guy out? Good to see you. Let's do ready to take this guy out. A deadly twinkle shears in Vlad's eye. More than ready. I've been waiting lifetimes to finish this. I must admit, I'm surprised you chose to protect her instead of strike out me. How unexpectedly soft of you. Why would I kill you when I can take you with me? That way I can spread your torment over the years. Vlad's voice is velvet poisoning. I owe you for so many things. My captivity after I became a vampire, smearing my name, your betrayal of Romania, your murder of my son, and of course your abuse of Amber. Maximus and Charbonneau flank Vlad on either side, weary and bloody but ready to fight. Vlad's gaze flicks to the three of them, then to Marty. Leave all of you. We can take him together. We'll do that. We'll take him together. No, this is my battle to fight. Maximus and Charbonneau turn, go, but Marty hesitates. No, I'm not leaving you behind. He collapses to the ground. My damn leg still isn't healed from the guard in the tunnel. Get out of here, Marty. Get out of here, Marty. I'll be fine. Charbonneau heaves Marty up in one meaty hand, bounding away before Marty can protest. You too, Amber. This isn't your war. Stay by Vlad's side. Leave, abandon Vlad. I'm going to stay right beside him. I'm not leaving you behind. Vlad looks you over and something flashes over his eyes. What is that, respect? You're the first person to ever disobey an order to leave. The first person who willfully chose to stay in spite of my command. Yeah, well, maybe I'm the first person who felt that strongly about you. Isn't this just adorable? I don't know why you're so smug, Zagali. Surely you don't believe you can beat me. No, I won't stop you. Your power far outweighs my own. Very perceptive, though it makes me wonder why you're not begging for your life. Begging would only please you, but I know what won't. You care for her that much is clear. I'm going to make you remember what it feels like to lose someone precious. How fitting that I'm the one who gets to take her away from you. Something slips from his sleeve, no bigger than a cigarette lighter. He pushes down a button on it. No. Then all around you, the world explodes. Looks like he would have known this was going to happen. I've got you. Rocks blast out with tremendous force, but Vlad's body forms a shield that protects from the worst of the blows. Your head is stuffed into his chest, his chin holding it down and covering the top of it. The backs of your legs feel shredded from the flying shards, but with the ground dissolving beneath you, that's the least of your problems. Hold on tight. Vlad vaults you forward, flying with blinding speed towards the exit. Fast enough to escape the crumbling rock, but you can already tell not enough to get away from the flames. Your next few thoughts come to your rapid fire, each of them striking you in less than an instant like a bullet, lists at blinding speed. Vlad's fireproof. He's going to be okay. I'm not fireproof. I'm going to die. And I have just enough time for some last words to him. Don't let this define you. We'll do that. His expression hardens, his pace quickening as he puts everything into his race against the blaze. Then the fire comes and you feel nothing. This can't be right. I'm experiencing burning to death, though my visions before this isn't how it should feel. I've experienced, okay. Look at this, it's all blown up. It's all destroyed. Somehow, defying explanation, you and Vlad break free from the tunnels, unharmed and alive. The two of you
hang suspended in the air, watching the castle begin to crumble down. It takes what feels like an age before you're able to speak again. How am I still alive? My aurora saved you. The same aurora that prevents my clothes from burning when I call both forth flames. I coated you in it entirely. How long will it last? I don't know. I've never done this before. Perhaps an hour, maybe weeks. If you've never done it before, how did you know it would work? His expression changes into the arrogant one you know so well. Because it had to. I wasn't about to let you die. You can't help but shake your head. Guess his egos actually saved my life. Why would he hesitate to try to save me? He's Vlad Tespy. How could he fail? Another rumbling sounds draws your eyes towards the collapsing ruins of Castle Ponera. Do you think he's really dead? He said he was willing to die to kill you and hurt me. He's cheated death once before. That he did, but it's unlikely anyone could survive that explosion. Besides us, you mean? Yes, for now, I think it's safest to count this as a victory. We'll search for his bones and use your powers to verify them once the smoke is cleared. I'm so sorry your home was gone. It's finally over. His hands settle on your shoulders. There will be more battles, more adversaries, but at least this one has ended in victory. That much is reason to celebrate. Above the noise from the rock slides, trees falling, and other destructive sounds, you hear shouts. Vlad, and you turn, and though you can't see who it is in the distance, he smiles. Maximus, Charbonnel, and Martin seem to have survived the explosion. They must have gone out the tunnel. A happy ending after all. Is it? The trip back to the castle is simple and fleeting. Vlad sends you and Marty back on his plane, while he and a few other guards search the ruined castle. You change and check in with everyone before taking a quick nap after you head downstairs and run into Sandra. Amber, I know you just went through a lot, but Ben's funeral was planned for today. We're still going to have it to honor his sacrifice. I mean, it'd mean a lot to the rest of us if you could come. I'm going. Of course I'll be there. You run back up to your room to change. Really, it's going to make me pay for the clothes too, huh? We'll just go with that. I could have looked at them, but there's no need. That's good enough. The ceremony is mournful but quiet. Not much pomp and circumstances, and yet another is laid to rest in the services of Vlad. It means a lot, okay. I'm sure it would have meant the world to Ben. I know it would have. Indeed. Vlad, you didn't think I would miss the funeral of one who died fighting for me, did you? I'm glad to see you decided to attend, too. I don't know him for very long, but Ben was still a friend to me. I wouldn't have been able to forgive myself if I'd missed this. One by one, each member of the vampiric lineage goes up to honor Ben's death. Though he died before his training was complete, still he is honored as a full member of Vlad's court. Finally, you approach the body. That curly brown hair stares up at you from behind the glass coffin. Ben, thank you, Ben, for everything. We'll never forget you. Hours later, you sit in front of the fireplace, your right hand inside the orange and blue flames. On your dress lies a note brought up by one of Vlad's servants. You pick it up with your left hand and begin to read. I don't know if you remember me, but I was one of the prisoners you set free at the castle. We did what you said, and we got the hell out of the tunnels. Thankfully we did. I don't want to think about if we'd still been in the cells when the bomb went off. I know there's no real way I can thank you for what you've done for all of us. But just know you have friends out there, friends who owe you their lives. I think it's safe to say I speak for all of us when I say we'll never forget this. Thank you, Amber. I owe you more than I can put into words. It's a sweet letter, but for now, you're not focused on it. You're focused on the fire. The flames leap between your fingers and curl around your wrists, but not one of them directly touches your skin. Ah, so my aurora is still embedded in you. Vlad enters so quietly you didn't even hear him. You withdraw your hand looking at an unblemished state with a mixture of wonder and dismay. Now I know how you feel. This new power should come in handy. I'm going to say now I know how you feel. In more ways than one I can imagine. Life or death struggles are part of my daily life. They never used to be part of yours. Did you find Zagali's bones? No, but don't worry. If he managed to survive, it will take a day, at least for him to dig his way out and my men to have the area surrounded. But you can always link to him and see if he's dead or alive. Okay. What's wrong? You smell distraught. I already tried looking for Zagali. What? It was the very first thing I did upon arriving back here. There's nothing to link anymore. Vlad starts to smile. Then he truly is dead. I don't know about that, but it's not just Zagali's essence that I can't link to anymore, it's everyone's. What do you mean? I'm not picking up impressions from what I touch anymore. You stroked the carved wood around the fireplace for emphasis. Coating me with your aurora did more than just make me fireproof, Vlad. It also covered my abilities like some sort of supernatural glove, and nothing gets in. Vlad gets up, moving over to you. His expression betrays nothing. Are you mad? I didn't mean to let you down. You look up, expecting to be met with his trademark fury and disappointing him, but then his fingers lace past the nape of your neck, pulling you in. Your lips touch firm, his firm and full of wanting. He pulls back just for a moment. His eyes meet yours, full of yearning, ripened by centuries of age. Your powers do not define you, Amber. You are so beautiful and so perfect to me. Vlad. What attracts me to you was not your powers, it was your soul, your tenacity, the fact that you never gave up, and the look in your eyes when I do this. His hands push you softly back against the wall, his breath trailing your neck. Say the word. Say it, and I'm yours. Oh my goodness, I can't do it, people. It's YouTube. Not now. You push him back. I'm just not today, Vlad. Not after everything that's happened. His steely eyes settle on you as you sit down on the bed as you wish. His expressions slowly change from satisfaction to unreadable. Neither of you speak the word that seems to scream in silence. Can we really relax? Is the danger past us? Zagali can still be out there. He cheated death once before. And if I ever get my powers back, I've long wanted to be rid of them, but they are what drew Vlad to me in the first place. With the loss of my powers, I've gained so much normalcy, but it will cause me to lose the man I've fallen in love. But will it cause me to lose the man I fell in love with? Don't worry. I'll double the guards at Castle Ponderea. Either my men will find Zagali alive, or once your powers return, you can verify that he's dead. Reading my thoughts again? Always. I'll notify my men to double the watch, and now I intend to take one more sweep of the area before I rest.
Something you can't name flickers over his face as he turns to leave. Get some sleep, Amber. I'll return soon. With that, he's gone. Vlad took the time to reassure me about Zagali's concerns, but he didn't address the thought about me loving him. Is he avoiding the subject because he's incapable of love, so he claims, or because the loss of my power is making him reevaluate our relationship? You sign and lead back into the bed? The only thing I can do is put both possibilities to test. I don't want to lose Vlad, but I'm not going to start running from my problems again. I'll confront them despite their potential cost, with or without my additional abilities. Get ready, Vlad. This is far from over. To be continued. So there you have it, people. As always, thank you so much for watching. Now look at this. The conclusion of Book 1 of the Night Prince series continues with stories Twice Tempted out 6/15/20. So I guess that's already out. So I guess we'll go with that one next. Anyway, guys, as always, thanks so much for watching. If that next one's out, we'll do that one next. Give this video a thumbs up. It's been a great little story. And that's pretty much it, guys. As always, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Toodles!